There we go. Hellos. Greetings. I'll go said audio is live. There we go. Beautiful. What's up? How's it going? Greetings. It is Wednesday, which means it's D&D day for us. Well, every other Wednesday, but we did back to back. It's fine. We will be playing D&D today, which means I won't have alerts on, and I'll be talking to chat in chat when I get the chance. Which we'll see. Yas Queen swoops in for the win. I like it, Yas. I like it. But welcome. We will be running random raffles the whole time when we do this. All the alerts are off. The overlays are off. You will see no lights above me, as usual, and Eric a little too late. It's okay. They'll be running throughout the stream. I don't really have any other updates since the other day. I mean, we finished the Gundam that I posted in chat. So that was fun, or in Discord. But I took a little extra time to make sure I set everything up because I made a bunch of changes to the way we have things running, and I wanted to make sure that the players were aware of what I did. But with that, I can go drop in and see if they're ready to go. I don't really need to kill time today. The stream couldn't hear any of that conversation, but I came back to a very interesting moment. Are you guys prepared to go on stream? Okay. Not yet, but you're about to be.
Let's leave that.
And now you're on stream.
Okay.
Yeah, oh god. Nothing weird happened at all.
It's a white lie.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Please don't be dumb. Thank you.
But I think I know my prescription I think is like half and like 0.75 or something like that.
Oh dang.
So yeah, it's like
Oh, it's not that
not
bad. Yeah,
bad
you're
at all.
kinda...
Don't ask questions you don't want answers to.
It's a baby prescription.
Mm-hmm.
When you said you didn't have to take glasses until college, right?
Yeah, I mean, I noticed it because I like couldn't see the lecture board that well, and I was like, huh, something might be off here. It's like, oh yeah, it's because I slightly need glasses.
My eyes stopped changing once I was in college. So, although they have after like 6 years, I've gone up by 0.5. So, or 0.5. I mean, so wait, 0.5. That was right. Okay. So it's not the worst, I guess.
I used to only use glasses like when I was in the my lecture halls and stuff like that, and then I started losing them. So I just wear them all the time now.
Yeah.
Have we made sure? Have we checked if Elias needs glasses? Because he's probably never had an eye exam.
We should
So we
do
need
that.
to make sure.
You're right.
No,
Maybe
he just has
would be
fuzzy
better at
eye
hitting
disease.
shit if he could see.
Does he get a bonus if he has glasses?
There is definitely a people in this world who just have no idea what glasses are and just assume they have some kind of disease that makes everything they see fuzzy. Because prescription glasses are a real fine craftsmanship.
That's
in this period.
What percentage of a spyglass does that cost? Because it's like the same sort of machine.
Well, they're probably in. That's what I'm like. It's so much less material, ultimately, but the machining that goes into actually producing that might almost make them more expensive than a spyglass to get the right pair, right? Because you've got to figure out what their prescription is, right? Then you have to make perfect lenses for that prescription.
How did people even get? How did you figure out your prescription?
I
don't think they did.
How genetically I got this far? How was I even born? My ancestors were basically blind, I assume. So
yeah.
Well, they only needed to see the 10 potatoes in front of them in their farm. So, you know,
Yeah, I was gonna say.
that's all they needed.
Damn.
I would say most people are probably not majorly impacted, especially if you weren't like literate.
Okay, here's the thing, Mike. I guess that's true. I literally,
Well, I'm saying most. There are definitely people with really bad eyesight.
Clearly, this far from my face without glasses on.
Yeah.
And then it's blurry. So
yeah,
like.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I know nothing about like eyesight percentages, right? I would assume that most people with poor eyesight, or like in the really should wear glasses category, right, can function daily without them, but it's uncomfortable, right? Or like not perfect.
That's fair.
And then you're probably in like
the
middle and upper percentile.
Traffic or something. Or like
probably, but oh yeah, and it's okay. Those people got naturally selected out. Until we formed society. Yeah.
I guess like you don't have to have your daughter able to see to marry her off. So I guess it doesn't make that little
That
sense,
is true. I mean, I know like there were glasses back, right? Like mid 1600s, right? And I'm pretty sure they were just lenses that made it better. They were almost definitely not actually prescription, right? They were just like, oh, these make it less blurry. But I don't know. I'll have to research later. You have not checked with Elias and glasses though. Which brings us to actual D&D.
But they can make those.
Yeah.
Eric here?
No.
Yeah, he's around.
Okay.
He's just lurking, doing his Eric thing.
Not here.
Got Pokemon to play.
Now, he was in chat a minute ago, so you're here, right, Eric?
No.
Okay.
If Eric's not here, can I have the gem?
Eric is here.
But Eric isn't here. He just said he wasn't.
But by Eric
Vincent
saying
be
he
here if
wasn't
Eric is
means
not?
he is.
You have to make a strength check against his clenched sphincter.
You know what?
DC
I'll
30.
pass.
No.
Yeah, no thank you.
You gonna Indiana Jones it? What are you putting in place? Mm-hmm.
No.
A normal rock of adequate size. But that's fine.
I mean, Dizzy's got a lot higher strength, you know.
Dizzy could
Probably,
just step on him.
Actually, I'm Dizzy could try. He's slippery.
Dizzy could just squish him, which is not like a sustainable option for life. So perhaps we shall not do that.
This is true. But besides the gem last session, you guys explored Lance's belongings, found a couple interesting documents written in some kind of cipher, and realized that you need a key, and that a 24 was not cutting deciphering it all the way, which made it very difficult. Vincent and Epsilon did remove that gemstone from Lance's axe, so now you have one battle axe that is silvered. I didn't harp on that heavy last time, but it is a silvered axe. It's a battle axe, which is...
We adding it to the repertoire?
I say nobody's favorite item, but when you need to beat a were creature, you need to beat a were creature. You guys attuned to some stuff.
An axe that can be thrown?
No, it's a battle axe, so it's like...
Oh, okay.
It's a versatile weapon. Here, I can...
Like Calamir probably can't.
Yeah, I don't think it has a thrown property.
It does not. I only made a martial one so far. For battle axe in general, but let me grab Lance's one because it technically looks different. Where'd I put it? Boop, boop, boop. I don't have a show to players option with this, really? Okay, whatever. Eric has it in his inventory, but it is a large battle axe made of fine silvered metal engraved with lightning motifs. It had a 4-inch yellow gemstone set into or a 3-inch level gemstone set into a 4-inch base into the head of the axe. It no longer has that. It is now boring.
It's actually not a bad base weapon.
Oh yeah,
using
it's
the
a perfectly
new
fine
rules.
weapon. Yeah, especially if
So
you
it's not the one I
are
picked.
martially trained, because I think battle axe is versatile too. Let me pull up the actual
Yeah.
battle axe.
You can swing it. It's got some nice properties.
Yeah.
But yeah, being silver
So
is nice.
you have that. Yeah, that's like worst case scenario. You have a silvered weapon that doesn't let Epsilon shine in Blender mode, but Epsilon Ulysse can wield it. Epsilon wields it the best because it is a
At least we can
strength-based
deal
weapon.
damage to were creatures. That's
Yes.
Otherwise, we fucked.
Yeah. People who are martially trained with battle axes can also trip people with it, so that's nice. Do with that what you will. Again, all of those are things that exist now. So if you have a weapon with those properties, I can put that feature on your sheet and you can just click it if you want. I think I put everybody who needed them on their sheet. If you don't have it, let me know. I can drag it there pretty easily. I don't think you guys can drag out of revised martial equipment yet. I need to make that a thing you can do later. But the rest of our recappy things, you guys are tuned to some stuff. The gem, the armband multiple times, and discovered everybody but Monty's armband power, including Elias, which you banned him from using because he could blow himself up. You then traded Calamira's sight temporarily to Scry and Alice. I have Alice typed, and I said Alex because I looked back at my screen and read the word Alex.
You're doing it right now.
And with the magic power of the internet.
Yes.
Except you can see the sensor. It's in front of you.
Yeah.
You saw that she was safe with her father in the camp. And you saw a couple people talking, like the one guy complaining about how long it was till they got there. Then you sent Izzy to invisibly stalk them, which it has been doing. And you've learned that one of the guys hates tomatoes. He's the one in like the heavy armor, and they were making fun of him.
Kill him first.
Why are we killing people?
Don't like tomatoes.
And so Izzy has just been hanging around them, gathering information, and relaying it to you. Then you guys got to the Fun Flowers of Doom, and after messing with them for a little bit, gathered 4 of them for about 20 gold pieces each, then turned them into seeds, which makes them much less valuable as materials, but you have them. They are now technically bulbs. Epsilon almost got yoinked by one of them, but by the power of an Echo Knight, said, nah, and escaped. You guys picked some stuff up, and then left a sign depicting that there is a dragon, and it was dangerous. As you left the one mirage pile of gold that faded as the sun set, and departed after the other group, where you guys made camp and took a long rest, leading us to where we are now. I'm just going to pull everybody the world map. Why does
You definitely got experience last time.
Yes, you guys got experience last time.
Okay.
Why is my
I
world
left.
map messed up? Like, not even the rendered one. My actual world map is messed. 1 second. Let's try pulling everybody back to the start. Me reloading the world map. Going back to the world map. It's probably just because I haven't shut Foundry down in a hot minute. There we go. Now everything's running. And I will pull everybody back to the world map. And then my browser's still screwed up. Okay, whatever. I should have restarted Foundry is what I should have done earlier, but I was busy doing everything to finish my prep. I didn't have time. If you still have a problem, I will restart Foundry real fast, and then everybody will just have to reconnect. But I think that fixed it.
It's pretty fresh.
Yeah. Okay. There we go. So you guys had made camp and slept, and we concluded our long rest safely. You are aware that they are about a day and a half out, and you guys are about 2.5 days out from Daunton. Izzy is currently with them. and they have been talking actual plans for arriving at Daunton in this morning. So I will give you the Izzy recap of what's going on as you guys are doing your stuffs. This is their camp, by the way. Izzy is there. You can see them. This guy here is the one who hates tomatoes. He has a red cape because he hates tomatoes.
Can't see anything because it says that you do not own a token with vision.
Oh. Okay. Everybody gets temporary easy powers.
Cool.
You should all now be able to see on this scene. Thick.
Must be refreshed.
You gotta refresh, yeah.
Okay. Also forgot I changed this guy's name to be funny last time. We gotta fix that now. So Henry and Alice are chilling in their tent. You don't see the two Castry people, but this is the man who you know to be Yon, and his two of his other stronger looking people who are brutal, and you don't see one of the other guys who are well equipped. Currently in the camps.
Are you supposed to be able to see in that 2 o'clock tent, 3 o'clock tent?
Yes, I have a little door that I can open and close tents for you guys.
Making sure.
That's Henry and Alice just being in the tent.
Are they asleep?
They're rising because it is morning now.
Okay.
But they, as you have seen on your exploration, you're traveling so far, they tend to keep to themselves, just like they did in the previous caravan. Outside of some minor interactions, mostly Henry with the others. Talking about more mundane things, travel things, anything they need to be worried about, the weather, how long they are until Daunton. They have all been chatting more or less about how it's about a day and a half out. They don't know what they're going to encounter when they get there. They are aware of the rumors of something living in Daunton. They have prepared a handful of things for it. They are sure Henry and Alice, they will keep them safe. The man here, Jason, has been the one tasked with defending them and guarding them at any point in time. So he's the person guarding. The other ones will be handling whatever they need to handle. They will be staying with Jason and the two casters, who you've learned, because they'll say them by name, are Richard and Zane, the clerical and the wizard boy, who their names are not particularly greatly important to you, but you know all of their names because Izzy has seen them all. So if needed, I can remind you of whose name is whose. Actually, you know what? I can just make it so you can hover over them. Let's do that. You know who they are. Hovered by anyone. Why didn't I do that in the first place?
Name is Og.
Yeah, he's not the...
Jason.
You could tell he's not the
Jason?
brightest. Yeah, he's Jason.
Do we think that he's not the brightest because he's named Og, or that they gave him the name Og after they determined he wasn't very bright?
Definitely the latter.
I mean,
It's the latter.
Yeah. How
Okay.
would you do that if they're okay? Yeah.
It was because they
some
knew...
people don't name babies till a couple years old.
Really?
I think that's the right way
Yeah.
to go. Personally.
I mean, that's it's medieval
Yeah,
times.
come on.
They tended to die. I mean,
Oh.
This is
The
John.
whole-
This is the other John.
Say the whole point of I'll open these tents and you can see these guys now, because you can know their names.
Oh yes.
There's
The cleric and the wizard.
I had to make sure I had tokens that were very clear who they were.
You succeeded.
Let me
This
grab.
purple dude.
I love
Reveal
this. You guys got a
guys.
dank cloak.
Right?
He really
Kill him,
does
take
hover by
it.
anyone.
I was going to say, I will steal it off his dead body.
We're murdering again.
Well, you put a
Theo
tomato
can-
hater
Theo
and a
can-
guy
Theo
with a
can
purple
technically join
cloak.
them.
What do you expect, Mike?
See,
He
you
could be
got to
accurate.
die, That's it.
Yep.
No, they'll probably.
So for the future, we can use this map for your guys' campsite. I just hadn't made a camp map yet. But they've just been talking preparation. You've learned basic facts about them all, like how Jason hates tomatoes, their names. Theo seems to be more of a ranger than anything else, although it's hard to pick a ranger out by their equipment alone. But you've seen him do like some basic primeval awareness junks that seemed a little more specialized than the other guys.
What the fuck is going on?
You said we did hear them talking about like something else in Daunton. Like they have something else that they're doing there.
Well, they've heard that something has taken up residence in Daunton. And they're making preparations to deal with that.
Okay.
Perhaps an abbot at the abbey? Oh no.
No.
That would be funny though, wouldn't it?
There's no lich in the Daunton Abbey. Why would you think that? Yeah. But they seem to be dealing with Henry and Alice nicely, kindly. There's not a lot else more you've learned, although they plan to travel the next day, make camp, scout and fully prepare before they engage in Daunton, because they do not know what they're walking into.
Izzy's a curious creature. Who has been sharing a tent?
Og has been sleeping outside for the most part. That
Makes
is what's been
sense.
happening. Yes. Because
Maybe
I
like
see that I
fuck
put
shelter.
5 tents down. Because I was planning more for you guys, although I still need another one for Elias now. I will update this map in the future. And when I have 5 players, 5 tents. But yeah, on
like
top of they
Jan,
take
Theo,
turns
and
watching.
Okay.
Because unlike you guys, they are all human and all need to sleeps. So they take turns. It seems that the casters have not been any of the ones who have taken watch, and you've heard grumbling about spells and preparation, and you guys can't do this job, so buzz off, and they take their tents. It seems that Theo and Jan are the ones who do the most watching. Apparently, Og is not the most perceptive or intelligent of the bunch, but he seems very strong.
Og just really got
Jason,
the short end of the
tomato
stick
hater?
here.
Jason does what he needs to, but he's been the one, him and Jan are the ones who deal the most with Henry and Alice. It seems Jason, being the most heavily like armored of them, also takes the most time to get ready and complains about that. And Theo and Jan have gotten very tired of listening to these 3 complain and just don't even bother anymore. You can tell that these 6 people have been together for a long time doing this, that they have this down to like a routine.
Okay.
They seem to be
nobody
experienced
shares a tent,
adventurers.
Is the answer to my vaguely suspicious question. Okay.
No. Nobody here has been
Good
sharing
dodge,
a tent.
Mike. Good dodge. Alrighty.
And Izzy has seen 0 canoodling on this
God darn.
job. I don't know. Who knows?
Oh, well.
They're on a job.
You know. Maybe
They seem
once
to
the
take their
is
job
over,
seriously.
Izzy will
Mhm.
just have to stick with them and see how this plays out.
Izzy will never leave because Izzy
He's
needs
too
to
creative.
know.
Mike gets to play 2 D&D games, one where he controls all of the other adventuring
That's
parties.
what I was like.
against the
I made a
monsters as
whole
Izzy just
adventuring
watches them.
group. Yep.
I'm sure that's what we all want.
From your like monitoring them for like a full day and a half now, they seem to be experienced adventurers. But from what you've seen, Epsilon looks like he might be more of a physical threat than Og. And they haven't done any magic that would impress you.
So we could take them. Probably.
On a general level,
Izzy
they're-
thinks we could take them.
Oh, of course. Izzy, of course, thinks you guys can take them. Izzy has way too much faith in you guys as a group.
Far too little intelligence.
But from your conveying this information to you and you conveying this to the party, you get a feeling that your guys', if you had to categorize it by level, may be of a higher level on average than their party. Or they don't use remove curse at every opportunity because you guys keep passing around a cursed object. It's one of those two things, and it's very hard for Izzy to differentiate.
Are they really adventurers then?
Yeah, they're really adventurers. They only use prestidigitation.
Are you really an adventurer?
But yes, are there any other questions or information you'd like to have that you've been watching that?
Who seems the friendliest of all of them?
Jason.
The tomato hater? Okay.
Yes, he is the friendliest to Henry and Alice. Jan is very serious and like, this is the job. We will keep you safe. I need a plan. Go talk to Jason. The priest doesn't seem like a bad person. He just seems really tired of like the antics of some of these guys on this trip, and the wizards Zane and Og do not get along.
I could watch a sitcom about these guys at this point. Okay,
I know.
I think I'm good.
Yeah. I just like, if you
Everyone
have more
loves
questions on
Yeah.
like like a high level or things that Izzy could have like been overhearing and conversationally over the last like day and a half and longer as they travel, let me know.
I mean,
If
any
you're keeping
words
Izzy there.
related to the cult, any like mentions of like a bishop or any sort of chess piece name
Yes,
that I
they
would
have made
recognize.
no chess piece references, no references to the order in any way either. You have seen no masks, or any other things.
And so Izzy will spend a little bit of time when anybody's alone with that person who's alone and like sort of try to get a read on them when they're by themselves and not doing anything to present themselves as more friendly or whatever, potentially.
Okay. Would you like to give me
What does Izzy witness?
6 Calamir insight checks with disadvantage? Because that's going to be better than Izzy, I think, even on average.
Calamir insight checks with this. Okay, good. Calamir is not on this page. 1 second.
Oh, sorry. Yep. It should be easier to find your actor now. Your character
on the
sheet should
start
be
page?
easier to get to. Yeah, it's still on the person pages, but they're all on like the top level now, and they're color coded, right?
The folders are color coded? Wow.
Yep.
Colors are
Yep.
We getting real fancy.
Mhm.
Like
I realized I could do that.
us.
I'm like, this helps. Well, the only reason your folders were in like a player folder was so that I could I had them like sequestered from all the other crap that's on that sheet, because I have like a sheet for everything in there. And I was like, oh, if I can color code these, I can just slap them on the top level, and then it's fine. I know exactly where they are. Yes,
Whoa.
dice.
Here's some
Whoa.
good disadvantage rolls.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. Dang.
Okay.
Okay.
You rolled really high on all of them.
I wasted all my good rolls, guys.
Uh-oh.
We'll see what comes of it.
It's fine. It's fine. It's not like you're gonna fight a dragon today.
Dang.
So first, Jason. I'm just going in the order they are in my character sheets. You don't get a lot from him that seems different from the other ones. He has a big like scar down his face. That's really obvious when you watch him and he takes his helmet off. He does not sleep in full armor, but he does sleep with his sword and shield nearby. Next, 16. Okay, actually. 16, 19, 17, 8, 17. Okay. Og. Og is exactly Og never changes.
Okay.
Og is the same lovable
That makes
OP is sleeping out by himself in the wilderness, even in the rain. Not that they didn't offer. They
man.
offered Og to come in,
That point, right. Okay.
but Og did not.
Yeah.
Richard spends most of his time by himself praying. He prays to
Oh, that's the
Kadia.
cleric?
Yes.
I didn't realize that's what his name was. Okay.
His name is Richard. You should be able to hover him. Oh, it's just hovered by owner, sorry. Now you should be able to hover him and see his name. Let me make sure everybody else isn't hovered by anybody. Yeah, and then Zane is the wizard. There we go. I fixed their sheets when I dragged them in, but I didn't fix the tokens on the map. He spends most of his time playing or praying. He puts up more of a face of like enjoying the company, but he very clearly does not enjoy other people's company that much. And
This was
gives
which one
like
again, sorry.
Richard the cleric.
Okay, we still on. Sorry, I got distracted by the chat, so I had lost track. Okay, still on the cleric.
Yeah, he likes spending time by himself and praying to Kadia than he does with the rest of the group, which is why you see him around the campfire with them the least. Next up is Theo. Theo's the one who seems to be more of a ranger. He takes great pride in cleaning his weapons when he's by himself, but it doesn't seem like he's changing his demeanor too much. He takes this, like Yon, pretty seriously that he's on a job and is one of the people who's always on watch and takes great care to make sure he doesn't miss anything. Although Zane does set up like alarm spells around the camp pretty often. Yon, even when he's by himself, he seems to be like deep in thought and contemplative and planning. He is definitely a planner, a mastermind of this group. He's the leader, and he's constantly worrying about the outcome of what's going on, from what you can tell. And then Zane, really, when he's alone, feels like he could do better than this group. He stays with them because he's grown attached to them. But he spends a ton of time going over his spell book, cleaning his spell book, cleaning his beautiful purple cape and his fancy wizard hat. And sleeping when he's alone. But he doesn't seem to really change all that much. He's a lot like Richard would rather be with his studies, his magic, than at the campfire with Og in U of Tel. He and Og really do not get along. Og does not realize that, but Zane feels that way.
Can I do one more thing?
Yes.
Can I roll d20s for all of them?
Fine. I would say Og is probably the least attractive of all of them. Og is not an attractive man.
Let the rolls decide. Let the rolls decide.
Mike.
I mean, that's fair. That's fair.
Oh, it doesn't. Oh, if you click on it, it tells you. Oh,
Yeah,
no. Oh, no.
Oh, 56.
Calamir's got some strong swing here.
Who was who now?
Do you want me to go in order of the sheet for you?
Yeah,
Or
sure.
the order I have? That is Jason, Og, Richard, Theo, Yon, and Zane.
Yeah, so Jan and Jason are like fucking ugly.
No.
Well, Jason hates tomatoes, so personality-wise,
Yeah.
you're just like,
His
nope.
Yeah.
You hate tomatoes, Mike.
Yeah, but M likes tomatoes. And is threatening to
okay.
kill
Well, I don't
somebody
have
who
anything
hates
against
tomatoes.
Actual people who don't like tomatoes, unless they're
Okay.
Eric. But if it's just like, if it's in the
We
game,
are
then
not
it can
doing
really be
vegetables versus meat today.
Fine. Fine, Mike.
Not today. Maybe tomorrow.
I've given enough random time for the personality traits of these 6 adventurers that you will see today and then probably never encounter again.
Wait, so
Oh, so the
does it not
dragon's gonna get
show-
them, huh?
They're lower levels than you guys, and they're getting there first. I don't know.
Oh boy, we need to send them. We need to be like, hey, you guys want some help?
We
You
could
can talk to Izzy.
We could do that.
Well, we don't know what they're there for yet, I guess.
Izzy's a megaphone, so. Okay.
That's true.
Yeah, I mean, I could be like, hello, everybody! Can she talk while invisible still?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, let's do it.
They will of course clearly be aware that she's there or it's there now, but They won't be able to
But
see
you
it.
could like talk and then fly somewhere else real quick, and then talk from somewhere else.
Yep. Yeah, that's
like,
not
keep
creepy
them
or weird
guessing?
at all. Yeah.
Maybe we wait until they're like making
That's
their
not
game
confusing.
plan, and we see if they just look totally incompetent, and then we step in if they.
I think we should step in regardless.
Yeah,
Because they don't know what they're getting into. They don't know there's going to be a dragon summoning down the town.
I mean, they know something's there, which is more than we were able to figure out, which is interesting to me. I mean, we didn't hear any sort of rumors of like something living there, right?
No. But
have they mentioned things are living there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. They have talked. They know something is in that area of the woods that is stronger than your average bear, because they have mentioned displaced wildlife, like owlbears encroaching into the dusk wood was a big sign that something was going on. Because they don't normally live there. They normally live in these woods. And then, that means something that is scared the owlbears is there. They know that Daunton fell a while ago. They don't really know why. Daunton was basically a hamlet of a town.
Did we learn this when we were in Fortuna? Did we know something happened to Dawn?
Nope.
Man, people just lying to us.
Well, the people you asked didn't really
tell them.
They had told you guys they didn't know. Although Izzy would find out that they've heard some of this information from other adventurers and who they call their usual contacts, which could give you a feeling that
What if Izzy talks to Alice and her dad first, and it's like, "Hi, do you remember me?"
Izzy just poofs into existence and a little cloud of sparkles. Oh, she left.
Oh, that M poofed into.
Yep.
Poofed out of existence.
Yep. Welcome back.
Yeah. And see if they remember who I am, and then maybe they tell everybody, "Hey, we're worried about this thing," so that we don't spook.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
you could certainly do that. I am
be...
assuming you are all discussing this around your own campfire as you are preparing for your day.
To character voice because
I just want to say, even though I am on the map for their campfire, I am giving you this information because Izzy would have already had some of this.
Yeah. And I'm sharing it openly with everybody. Yeah. So what do you guys think? Should I talk to them? Should I not? I think that they look like they're a little weak, honestly. And I don't know if they get there before we do, and something bad has already happened, and they go without knowing. I feel like we're never going to get to see them as alive people.
I mean, I guess there's been no indication that they're sort of have knowledge of what is intended for them, possibly. Though it does seem that they sort of fit the bill of what Francis had talked about. Adventure is going to interfere with whatever seems to have... I mean, we don't know what this creature is. We don't know what's happened to the town yet.
But we do know that it's probably going to be a dragon. We have that information.
That's
and they
in
don't
the indication.
Seem to have that.
Probably a dragon of some kind.
That's pretty bad. They don't look that strong.
I definitely don't think they seem like they're capable enough to take on a dragon. Maybe a small one, but from what you said, if they're weaker than us, and I have some questions about our abilities, then they perhaps probably aren't up to the task. I wonder what they know. I mean, do they know possibly what they're walking into? It doesn't seem like they do.
No, it doesn't seem like they do. And that one guy who's in charge, he's really anxious. He's constantly muttering to himself about what they need to do next, when he's by himself. Just
is he actually Mike, or did I just make that up? Oh, he actually is? Okay.
He is definitely anxious. Unfortunately, the 8 insight doesn't get Calmir a lot of further information in Jan besides his outward. He does seem... His his like leadership veil drops when he's by himself, and he's definitely more anxious and trying to make sure he's figured things out and planned ahead. He is very clearly a planner and somebody who is doing his best to be a leader. And you can tell from their conversations, even like when Henry and Alice are asleep, they don't seem to know there is a dragon. They have made no mention of dragon.
They even made any sort of reference to things that might be flying or any sort of idea of any concept of what this thing is.
Nope.
Okay.
You know, they might have thrown out dragon when they were trying to figure out what it was, but they would have thrown out all kinds of stuff, like basilisks, hydras, like anything they could think of like would be an apex predator in a forest in a swampy area.
Yeah, sure.
Would have gotten thrown out, and then they all would have probably laughed at dragon. They're like, nah. And then went back.
I think we should definitely say something to somebody then. Are they going to get killed? And we have a chance to save them from that fate, and I feel like it's the right thing to do.
I mean, if
They
your
don't seem like
indication is
bad
that
people.
right, I mean, if it doesn't seem like they have any sort of knowledge of what they've possibly been put up to here, then yeah, we are Team Blue Shirt, except for him.
We did it again.
God damn it. I don't want to go put on a blue shirt.
You don't have to change. You don't have to
You don't
change.
I
It's
am
too late.
yellow today.
I mean, I think that speaking to them is probably the best option here. I mean, if we can, it seems that they've almost certainly been put up to deal with what's happened in this town. That's the indication we've gotten. Like that is their job.
Was it the escort as well as that, or was it?
Their
Yeah, I mean, like,
job
what have we
is
gotten-
to escort Henry and Alice to Daunton. That was the job
Oh,
posting. that they
to
accepted.
Daunton. Okay.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Once they're there, they're planning to turn around and come back, I assume.
They have not necessarily mentioned that plan yet. They're a little anxious about what they might find at Daunton. And
Okay.
it has been hard to tell if this conversation is out of their benevolence and desire to protect Henry and Alice, or just their adventuring experience of, well, we didn't make sure we can leave too, kind of thing.
Okay.
I think. I mean, it sounds like Jan is doing his best to plan. I think, at the very least, he would appreciate a good idea of what he's probably walking into.
I think we should go at it from. I'll have Izzy go, and I'll talk to Alice and her dad, and see if they remember me, and then they can be like, "Hey, a friend contacted us through magical means. We're worried about this thing."
Are we
'Cause
sure we
that's
want
less
to
scary.
directly tell Alice there's a dragon there, or just that we're
I mean,
worried
I can
about it?
just try and just tell her dad, but I mean, she's probably gonna overhear about it at some point anyway. I don't want to scare her, but she maybe should be scared.
Well, I mean, I'm sort of just thinking, do we want these adventurers' first acknowledgement of our presence to be when Alice screams dragon? When?
Well, I don't think she's going to scream dragon. She seemed pretty quiet. Except when she was screaming when there were like the things going on. But like she wasn't the
Except for
loud
that time she was
screamer.
getting
It that
kidnapped by
boy
goblins.
was the screaming one. Yeah, that was different though.
Yeah, Irvin was definitely the screaming
I'll try
wailing
to
one.
whisper in her dad's ear in a not creepy way. Look, I'll do my best to not scare anybody.
Okay, and we're going to be looking for their reaction to this information, and what do we expect they're going to do?
I don't know, but at least they'll know going in that they're going into something really bad.
Well,
They
I mean,
might wait for us. We could ask them to wait for us to meet up with us. And just say that we don't want any payment for the job, we just want to assist them getting there safely.
Mm.
Because we're personal friends of these two.
maybe don't say that we don't want any payment part. I'm not saying that that's a.
Oh, so we do
That's
want
necessarily
payment?
not how
I
I
mean, I thought we had enough money, but I guess you spent all of yours on
Well,
guns.
let's just. I mean, they're adventurers. They all work for gold. If we come in and say that we don't want any payment for this, they're going to be suspicious of us.
Okay, fair
Like,
enough.
we must have ulterior motives if we don't want any of the money from potentially a dragon's hoard.
I mean, we have a few different costumes we could use going into it.
You two.
I
do.
don't
Probably
know
best to leave those behind,
That means
though.
we're going to have to fight in those costumes. I don't think that's going.
Yeah, I
the
mean
right
that
way to
doesn't
do it.
matter for me. I don't wear armor anyway.
No,
Okay, let's. I'll
You do.
wait till Alice looks like she's asleep.
I was gonna say, don't you wear leather armor?
You wear armor. Yeah.
Yeah, I do. Never mind.
Yeah, you wear studded leather armor. I'm like, if you want to not wear armor, you could not wear armor, but your
My AC will drop even
your
more.
AC will drop, but I don't know if you really want that. 12's a lot easier to hit than 14.
Yeah.
I think we give them the information and gauge their reaction, and if they look frightened, then we should offer to maybe split any sort of takeaways from this. Just say that we know them, we are keeping track of them, we're also adventurers, and that this looks like it's going to be a pretty difficult job. And if they, to avoid being eaten and or otherwise destroyed by a dragon, they may want some help.
So do you want me to talk to Jan first? Like, what if he thinks he's going crazy?
I think talk to Alice's father first.
Okay.
And then,
okay.
does anyone else have any sort of input on this? I feel like I've been dominating the conversation.
I was asleep.
Potion.
All right, nobody else cares. Guess we're doing this.
I thought I was sleeping. I didn't know I was part of this conversation.
Well, this is the morning.
is
I mean,
the
unless
morning.
Yeah,
you're
this is the
Just
morning.
in the morning?
sleeping in majorly.
No. Okay, I guess I'm still asleep then.
Wow.
This is the morning conversation so that the prepared caster can figure out what kind of spells you would like to prepare.
Also,
for.
I just called you
yeah.
Anya. That's my mistake. It's Adeline.
Yeah, I caught that, and I was like,
I'm sorry. More accurately, I'm meticulously putting together the grenade before I give it to Monty. So I imagine this is
okay.
happening in the morning.
Gotcha.
over breakfast
got
or
I
something.
will-
eyelids and like goggles on.
I'll just prepare spells.
Elias is standing next to Epsilon, ready to control flame if something goes out of hand.
A clutch.
Ready to blow it up.
50-50 shot with that kid.
Okay. I'm going to have Izzy go in and like if her dad, I assume at some point in the morning he'll have to go pee or something. So Izzy will follow him if he ever like leaves the camp to go to the bathroom.
You're gonna spook a man at his most
Attention.
vulnerable.
I'm gonna wait until he's actually peeing, though.
Not only are you going to spy on a man while he's peeing, you are gonna spook him?
Okay, Izzy will wait until he's done peeing. When he's coming back, she'll be like, "Hey, wait."
Okay.
Oh boy, that's what you say. Hey, wait.
No.
So as he is returning from peeing, now, would you like to
Izzy,
speak as Calamira
Oh,
through
absolutely.
Izzy? Okay.
Absolutely.
Obviously, or do you want
Um,
Izzy to handle
but-
this?
What
And I
does he
would
sound like, Mike?
I don't actually know. Izzy doesn't usually talk. Probably way too fast for Izzy's own good.
And very high pitched, like
Yeah.
air leaking out of a balloon.
There you go. Yes, I'll have to find a way to do
I
that
also like
nicely.
to imagine that Izzy visibly deflates as she speaks because, like, her lungs
Mhm.
are most of her body.
Yes, absolutely.
She is balloon shaped. Okay, I'll be like, "Hi, don't panic. It's me, Calamira. If you remember me, hi."
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Oh, he took that pretty well, actually. I thought that was gonna be way worse. He is visibly startled as a voice
Sorry,
comes
I
to him
didn't-
from like little off behind him, behind like the other tent. And he's gonna like pause and like look around and panic, and he'll look back to Alice's tent, and then he'll like
it's okay.
process
It's okay.
what you had just said to him. And it'd be like,
Don't panic.
where are you?
We made. Oh, I'm talking to you through my little creature that follows me around. It's a long story, but I had the dream that you guys were going to be in trouble, so we were trying to like catch up with you guys to make sure you kept safe, because Alice has been praying to my god, so like he's been like, you know, take care. Sorry, long story, but I wanted to talk to you if you're not freaked out too much.
He kind of just like stares at the tent with Alice in it, visibly confused, and kind of like still not really sure where Izzy is, looking around.
Okay, hang on a second. Just make sure that Izzy isn't where she can be seen. And Izzy will be invisible.
Okay.
Uninvisible.
Izzy will become visible right behind like the tent so that only Henry can see her. And you're like, oh, that's okay. Okay. We're in,
Yeah,
we're
sorry
in danger.
about that. I assume Izzy's mouth moves when Izzy talks for me.
Yes.
It's way
Mhm.
funny.
Izzy has a
to
mouth
imagine that. Okay.
under the trunk. Izzy just becomes like basically the magic mouth for you when you do this.
Yeah.
It is your voice coming out of Izzy. And he'll kind of like look around at everybody else like preparing over by the campfire, and he'll return to like where he was so that, you know, people couldn't see him while he was peeing. He'd be like, you're dreaming about us praying to, what's it called? Danger? What?
Okay. So you guys are going to Daunton, right?
Yes.
Okay. I had a dream that
Mhm.
a village was on fire, and Alice was there, and she was running away from it, and then there was a dragon there. And then my friend, who also has like friends in higher places, you know, gods and shit, had like a thing come to her too that was like a riddle that basically pointed us to danger in Daunton for you all. And being, we're, you know, I would think like nice-ish people, we wanted to make sure you all didn't get hurt. But it doesn't seem like the folks you're traveling with have any idea that there could be a dragon there, and we don't think they're necessarily capable on their own of keeping y'all safe. So that's what I decided to talk to you.
Okay. As he now processes this information, you will see Henry's like legs start to like shake and kind of give out, and he'll almost like collapse onto his knees, holding his head.
Hey, you okay?
I'll be
Stay with me now.
okay.
What's up?
I'm gonna get everybody killed.
Why? Wait, why do you
Coming
think you're
to-
responsible for this?
Because I put this whole expedition together. We used everything we had to get these people to take us to Daunton, and if it's dangerous, you just hold his head. It's all my fault.
Oh, don't worry about that. We're pretty capable adventurers, and honestly, we're only like a day behind you all. So what I was going to ask you to do is just wait a day, and then we'll
He'll
catch up
look
and
up,
help you guys out.
like shocked.
You're like,
Wait,
I told you, we had bad dreams. We were already in Fortuna, and we were like, well, fuck it. We better go help them.
I can't tell if you're sent by the gods or totally crazy.
No, it's definitely by the gods. And Kalon, he's not a god yet, but someday he'll be a god. He's pretty great. Your daughter's been praying to him, which is the only reason that I think you told me about this in the first place. But that's beside the point.
Okay. Visible confusion. Kind of settles. Okay.
We're here to help. Well, not there yet, but if you can convince them, I didn't want to freak out all your adventure folks, because like your reaction alone, you know who I am, was already concerning. But if you want to tell them that you got a message from a friend, like if the wizard asks, say it's like sending or something, that we're on our way to catch up with you all to help out because we got some new information on the dangers that are there.
Okay. What's sending?
It's a spell, so like
Okay.
In this case, my familiar literally flew a while to catch up with you all, but I could have just, if I had that spell, I could just talk into your mind and like send you like a little letter, but it's just like a string of words.
In the meantime, Monty's going to use Mage Hand to just like poke at Elaine and like wake her up.
Calamir is just talking to herself with no feedback.
Yes,
like
Calamir's just dictating out loud, I'm assuming, with full hand gestures.
Oh yeah, 1000%.
I see G.
Just into the void.
I see G.
What?
Okay.
Why are you still awake? I thought we were supposed to. Oh wait, it's morning. I forgot.
Yes.
Sam forgot. It's morning again.
It's even better.
I like the Edling was like, no, I haven't slept yet.
5 more minutes.
This is canon now. Oh, good morning.
Morning. We might have made some important decisions without you, so just wanted to...
That's completely alright.
Alright.
Okay, wait, actually, what kind of important?
Well, Calamir is about to introduce our presence to the other group. We're reasonably sure that they're on the up and up. So we're just gonna try and make sure that nobody gets killed in this venture.
That'd be good. Yes. Are we going to head out soon? Should I?
Yeah, probably. I expect we'll have to meet them at some point. So, yep, up and at 'em.
All right. Start like getting up and like folding all her shit.
Okay. While that's going on, do you want to say anything else to Henry before he goes and tells the group that he was contacted by an acquaintance by magic to tell him to wait and that there's dangerous things in Daunton and that there are extra adventures coming to back them up?
Yeah, I'll suggest to him, maybe don't tell them about the dragon part yet, but we can let them in on everything we know when we get there.
Okay, he will be like taking deep breaths to center himself.
I mean, I personally feel like it's all right if he says there's a dragon there. That would honestly be the thing that would probably get them to be the most cooperative.
I can't hear Monty, unfortunately.
Oh,
because
right.
all my
I'm
ears
just
are
saying
Izzy.
this.
If you want to poke me or something, I could like come in and
Oh,
out.
right. I need to...
Oh, 1 second. I'm getting 1 second. 1 second. Yes?
Might actually be a good idea to say there's a dragon. Would get them to cooperate.
Okay,
You know,
I'll
dragons,
mention that.
big, scary,
Yeah. Anything else?
Nope, that was it. You're doing great.
Okay, go back to Izzy. Sorry about that.
Okay.
So,
He looks incredibly confused.
He looks
As
what?
Izzy was just talking to him and goes, "Oh, 1 second. Okay, where was I?"
Izzy just hangs there limply while I'm not there. God, Izzy.
Well, Izzy just goes back to like
I'm so
being
bored.
not dizzy, like not Izzy for a second, and then returns to being like full Izzy.
Yeah, Izzy's just like, I'm so tired. Oh my god.
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah. So we think it actually may be a good idea if you do tell them about the dragon, because dragons are very convincing as dangerous things, and we're pretty sure it's a dragon. Yeah. So
Okay.
we'll be there pretty soon, though. Like we're only like a day away, I think. So if you guys don't leave anymore, then we'll be able to catch up pretty fast.
Okay.
We've got
And he just-
like 4 guys, a chick who does magic, and an elephant in the cart. Well, one of the guys is a robot, but you might have
we
seen them
got
before.
2 guys, 2 chicks, a robot, and 4. We're coming.
Not the robot word. Come on, guys.
Sorry.
Can't say robot.
Warforged. Warforged. I cannot say robot.
Okay, and he is like taking very deep breaths as you explain this, doing his best to stay calm, as he's not an adventurer by any measure of that caliber. Okay.
I think you met most of us before. So don't
Mhm.
worry.
Oh, yeah, no, I remember that night very vividly.
And we stopped the goblins. We fought all of them. Even though they
Oh,
and we
yeah.
got Hellas back. So
I have no reason not to trust you. I'm
just
a dragon.
don't worry. You look really, really worried, and I don't want you
yeah.
to be so worried.
His forehead
We are here
beaded in
to
sweat.
help.
Okay.
He doesn't have any
Okay.
tiny towels to dab it off with. Oh well.
Nope. He will calm himself, take like 5 steps past Izzy towards the group and go, "There's a dragon!" and
Oh my
totally
God.
lose control. And then like
Oh
calms up
my
like,
God damn it.
be like, "Okay," and fully explain
How's it going?
everything and be like, "I was contacted by these other adventurers who I had met by magic.
Izzy will go
He's a
invisible
descending
again
spell,
and watch their reactions.
and they will all just freak."
Hyperventilating.
Oh, absolutely hyperventilating, trying to control himself as he explains his information really poorly. But he gets the important
Oh,
parts
boy.
out. Dragon, adventurers coming, day away. They said to wait for them. And you can see everybody is taken aback immediately by dragon. Yon kind of like gets it together first. Og very much looks like he'd like to fight a dragon and looks excited.
Good old dog.
Jason looks like, oh, he's sweating because his job is to protect the non-combatants during this. And if there's a dragon, that's a real tough job. Yon kind of looks to Zane and he's like, thoughts? And Zane looks back in the group and goes, "Sending's a 3rd level spell. They're serious business if they're packing that."
I mean, we got sending.
Yeah, we got it.
Yeah.
That's not a
Because-
Not
lie.
using it. Hi, what do you want?
We should have told them that we scried on them. That would have really fucking.
Yeah, you would have
Yeah, there's a good idea.
yeah. And they kind of go back and forth, and one's like, "Better than you?" And Zane's like, "Yeah." As they go back and forth for a minute, as the others are kind of just like still chattering about the dragon, like, "What the fuck did we do about a dragon, guys? Nobody said anything about a dragon." And they look over to Theo and like, "I thought you were kidding," because he's the one who mentioned dragon when they were discussing what could be living there. And he's kind of just like shrugs, like, "Sorry."
Jinx.
I will narrate
Yeah.
what I'm seeing happen to everybody
Yes.
who's listening.
Damn.
Anybody who's listening.
Now they think we're hot shit.
At this point,
Are they
Alice will emerge from the
wrong?
tent and be like, "What?"
We're hotter
And he will-
shit than they are, but not that much.
Yeah, Henry will then explain again a little more calmly when talking to his daughter. But they're like freaking out as Yon is trying to calm everybody down. Like, if Henry trusts them, we can wait. More people, we should be safer. He's like, "Do you really want to go to this place?" It's like, "We can take you back." And Henry will stare at him in contemplation. Be like, we don't have to, but they're coming here. And they will decide they will wait. And continue to freak out amongst themselves that there is a dragon involved.
Calamir, what's how they take the news?
Not so great. I've been narrating this whole time what's happening, so
Oh,
Mhm.
oh,
they all look kind of worried still,
Yeah.
and they're all kind of freaked out. I don't know. I wish
Okay,
you could
it
cast
sounds like-
calm emotions thing through Izzy, but I can't do that.
Ooh, I have a bunch of that. Don't worry. When we get there,
Yeah.
Yeah, they
Sprinkle the
later. I'm
flowers
sure they'll
everywhere.
enjoy the day-long
Please smell
panic
this.
attack.
Yeah. What if we make it into like a nice tea? I think that would be great for everyone.
That's a good idea. That's probably
Again,
good
disclaimer.
planning.
Magic wisteria makes great tea. Weird wisteria is poisonous. Do not put
Do
that
not
in
put
tea.
it- No.
Do not
not
eat
boil and
any
drink that.
flour when you do not know what it is or what it does. A lot of them are poisonous.
Mhm.
Yeah.
yeah. Don't eat
Yes.
any plants.
Don't eat plants. Don't eat mushrooms unless you know what they are.
Don't eat
And you're
tomatoes.
100% sure. No, you do eat those. Tomatoes are delicious.
At the very least, they said they would wait for us, so I suppose we better get going.
Yep. All right. Epsilon, you
Okay.
about done?
Oh, yes. I've been done. I've just been admiring my work, in fact. Here, it's for you.
Oh. Oh. Let's hope it's not a red dragon. Can do something with this.
Yeah. It's pretty good against smaller individuals, but you could toss it at a larger one as well.
That's true. I guess it's more of a area of effect thing than it is a precision weapon.
Comes down to how you want to use it, I guess.
Throw it in its mouth or something.
That's a good idea.
Here, dragon, swallow a grenade.
Is it light
was
enough
super
that Izzy can carry
effective.
it?
We paint the grenade to look like a small, very plump bunny, and then we
You want to
attach-
kamikaze Izzy with a grenade into a dragon's mouth.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, yeah, you could do it. You could do it. Okay,
Okay. So
you guys
it is
then
an option.
preparing
Good.
to set out for the next day to catch up to this group, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Anything else
And
that
I'll
you would like
monitor
to do?
them throughout the day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They are just freaking out still. They're doing their best to process this information.
I mean, do we want to? I don't know. What's the best way that we could try and calm them down? I mean, it's not going to be good if they're just panicking the entire day.
I don't know if I could have Izzy try to say something to them, but I don't want them to freak out more. I don't know.
Did we ever?
Probably not.
Maybe. Nah, I think it's best maybe to wait until we're all there. I mean, I'd like to speak with Henry. Something doesn't add up here. Like, why order this expedition in the first place? Just doesn't. I don't know.
The
Yeah.
only
What's
spells
up,
I
Asa?
can cast to Izzy are light, and that's not that exciting. So
That's. I don't think that would calm them down. I
no, I don't think so either.
really do. Not much.
Okay. Calamira, can you give me a intelligence check? Just straight intelligence.
I have to find my stats. Okay, I found them. So
Okay.
19 goes first.
Okay, yeah. I'll take it.
Smart as she's never been.
Henry has mentioned to you why he wants to go to Daunton. Way back when you guys were traveling in the caravan, he had told you that his family used to live and run Daunton. He didn't explain why, but his family left. His father gave him the deed to Daunton when he died a couple years ago. So Henry and Alice were saving up money to go back to Daunton because there was nothing left for them around Stormport. So they were traveling to Doka to travel to Fortuna to hire somebody to take them to Daunton. And that was his whole thing, was
Okay.
going back to his ancestral home because he has the land rights to the hamlet of Daunton on his person right now. So that is why he wants to go back.
Okay, I will share that information then with everybody who's listening.
Okay. That at least makes sense. It seems like these guys would then have the money to be paid, perhaps through this savings, but I guess I don't know what the going rate for a party of this size of adventurers is, so I don't know if there's any other sort of dark money in here.
Either way, I feel like we're going to have to do something about the dragon sooner or later. Otherwise, the order may get to it first.
Yeah, I mean that's the
I
fear
mean, we
is of
don't know
course
it's
still
the
that
same
this.
dragon, but that is a possibility.
I think we have a pretty strong indication, though.
Remind me how?
Just circumstantial evidence. Honestly, we don't actually. Now that I think about it,
Well,
but
I mean,
it's the closest dragon within proximity, and this man Francis
dreams.
didn't really seem like he was much of the person to be, calling out
Oh,
adventurers
you know,
from far
I
away.
suppose that the guy was traveling this direction. That is something. We don't know why, or if he was supposed to run into
Lance.
us. Lance, that guy.
We read his letters, right?
Nope. You
No,
couldn't translate them.
they're in code.
They're in a code.
Right.
But
But we
We're all
attempted
too
to at least.
stupid to be able to decode it.
Yes, there was one that was. You had a 24, yeah.
You're right.
It was
These are very
not
difficult.
something that could
Yeah.
be easily broken with just spending some time and thinking about it. It would take you a very long time of dedicated work to break this without the key.
An actual right tools.
Yeah.
Well, I mean-
Monty and Epsilon were aware that this is military level, encoding for actual orders.
We need an actual code breaker, or to hire a code breaker or something.
Yeah.
There might
And
be
even
one
then
at
it would
Starport.
take time.
Yeah.
The one was unopened in a letter. It seems to be in a different format than the other one was. You would figure that out with your 24. The other one was an open piece of paper on his person.
And despite how unhelpful prophecies and dreams can be sometimes, I just think it's a little bit coincidental that we learn about the order, and then there's this dragon dreams and messages and stuff. So
Yeah, it'd be a very strange coincidence if there were more than one dragon around
right.
that would come into our
You-
view so suddenly.
Those of you native to this continent would know that dragons, they exist. They would be considered uncommon creatures. You rarely find them near medium to large and upsized human settlements, because they're usually more trouble than it's worth for a dragon to hunt there when they can hunt elsewhere. They're not
Valentine?
super rare creatures.
That's exciting.
Hmm?
My computer blue screen. Sorry.
Oh, nice.
Oh,
What's it called? I mean, there are dragons on the other continent too that are equally as prevalent, pervasive. They're just they like their own territory. They don't like people in them. They don't like other predators in their territory. These dragons, to break your meta knowledge of D&D dragons, are a lot more bestial than traditional D&D dragons, where they may approach you and be like, puny human, leave my territory. These ones are like tigers or lions, but much more deadly.
okay. So I mean, it's possible, but it seems unlikely.
It would still be unlikely that you have two dragons in the same area that you're being guided towards. You would still find that unlikely, yes.
All right.
Or at least not heard of it. As you had noticed before, dragons have territorial issues, and those two were fighting when you met them the last time.
Right. All right. In that case, I mean, I think, maybe some unanswered questions still in terms of what the exact means that the Order was planning to procure these adventurers is, if they already have, or if that's what Lance's goal was. But nevertheless, it's something that's going to be hard to figure out until we actually meet these people. So,
All right. Let's get on the road then.
all right. Time to make some new
Okay.
friends. Hopefully.
Anything you guys would like to do on the road? You have a day of travel until you reach them.
I talked to Epsilon about actually making these like calm emotion flowers into some type of like tea, you would know how to do something like that, right? You just put it in some water and it's fine, right?
I mean, that's typically how tea is made. You steep, something in a hot or warm liquid. Mm-hmm. Are you asking me about the dosage?
Yes. Like, should I put one flower or should I put like a bunch of them? I don't really know how this works.
I mean, honestly, it would take a little bit of research, and it might be subjective, to the person, like such as age, body weight, body mass, metabolism.
So we should test it.
It's not a bad idea. At least get a fair sample size to look at and judge.
Okay. I'll just start like I'll put a bunch of like petals into like a cup and then like start boiling. Elias, can you help me like boil some like water over here or something?
And immediately, way more fire than was necessary to boil the water.
Oh, all right, a little, tone it down a little bit.
I mean, he will rein it back. He's just trying to be impressive like usual because it's rare you guys let him do fire on the road.
Question before is this actual downtime that we get to?
Yes, if you're not doing anything else, you could take a day of downtime, yes.
Okay, so you know what I'm doing, right?
Yes. You should be able to
while
just
I'm doing
click
that,
on the button.
while I'm researching, while I'm reading this book, I'm going to take the tea without even blinking and just drink it.
As they're making the tea to test. Okay. Your first attempt at tea, how many flowers do you put in per cup?
Epsilon, do you have a recommended amount?
So just for posterity, how much did we put in Old Lancy Boys? Like, what was it?
I put 6
petals? Okay.
Yes.
That wasn't steeped or anything. And then for the tonic that we made for Rapey Boy. No, not Rapey Boy. Sub Boy.
Lord Francis.
We didn't do it.
He wasn't aggressive. He was on the opposite end of that. Anyways.
I think you put 2 into his drink.
2. Okay. All right.
No.
I think 1
Vincent
is a
ate
fair
1
starting point
and knocked out.
I think steeping 1 is a good starting point because then at least you can say, okay, 1 is this, and then go from there. So far, we've tried, multiples.
I was hoping that this conversation was happening before I took the tea.
Yes,
so
it
like
is.
if she kind of like put 7 in there, I would have drank it nonetheless. I don't notice how much she put in there.
I am assuming this is happening before you take the tea because it didn't matter until you did.
Yeah.
Like, I imagine as Adeline's like, wait, don't take that. Epsilon's just like, let it happen.
Mm-hmm.
Watch it.
All right. So did I put 1 or was it more than that?
You tell me.
I would say we took 1 petal, ground it up in a mortar and pestle, made a little way to steep it in there. Okay. And then like he walked up and snatched it after 3 minutes of steepage.
Vincent.
Okay.
And you lost the gamble.
I'll do it.
Oh, you won! I can't read.
So now
we just observe Vincent and wait for any subtle changes.
Okay. I was just consuming one of the flowers, and yeah, Vincent, when you drink the tea, you feel nice and calm and at peace. You feel like you are under the effect of calm emotions.
Oh wow, that didn't take a lot.
Normally, if you were not an ally who was drinking this tea intentionally, I would make you make a charisma saving throw. But I figure you would just fail that automatically anyway on purpose. Because you meant to drink it.
Yeah.
You may so make one if you don't want that to be the effect, though.
So, how do you feel, Vincent?
I feel okay.
Like, calm, dare I say?
I suppose, since this gem is not really all too exciting anymore.
Oh,
Here.
that's like some Ahedonia shit. So, well, one petal seems good enough. I guess we just stick with that dosage.
You should try 5.
5?
Well, it depends on what the intention is, right? Or we're just simply trying to calm them down and not
Right.
comatose them. So we can, like, I would rather not have to carry.
I
personally.
fear if we put
Keeping them
5,
calm would be nice.
they're gonna be fucking tripped out of their mind.
Instead, would you like the next one to have 5? We can test that out. I mean, like
I
said, get a
think
good
we
sample
should
size.
for scientific purposes.
Well, I feel like we should do this on a day that we're not perhaps anticipating a dragon maybe coming down and killing us.
Well, we've already consumed 1 dosage. At this point, we just have to monitor and figure out how long the calm emotions
Right.
last, and then maybe do it a different day, so that
Yes.
way his tolerance isn't affected by the testing. So,
Oh,
but it's
that's
a
right.
good point to go.
And as far as I understand, well, Daunton is 2 days away, so I feel like we'll be fine. The
Yes,
dragon
what-
shouldn't be.
But what if the
coming down
dragon is
upon us.
flying around? It doesn't take very much. It's not a huge distance for a dragon to fly.
Sure. However, personally, I'm a firm believer of your dreams. I put your dreams in very high regards. So I think
I
the dragon
don't.
won't really attack us until we arrive at Daunton, or at least until Alice arrives at Daunton.
I
Nonetheless,
lots of
I'd like another tea, please.
well, I really
It was
don't think that
weirdly
we should-
sweet.
Like good sweet or like bad sweet?
Good, sweet.
Like very like bitter up front, and then it was like kind of fades into a sweet undertones to this tea.
You want a double or another single?
Dope. Might as well just shove it.
No, I will.
Well, this is a finite resource. Well, theoretically. Given that we
Don't you
don't
have
have
some
the
growing in
augment.
your greenhouse
I
currently?
do. Yes, but at the
Oh.
same time, like I said, I don't think it's a great idea to be too calm.
Tomorrow, perhaps, but today I feel is a very good day to be too calm.
All right, fine, and I'll start like making some more. Monty,
Okay.
do you want some calming tea, Calamira? Well, Calamira's. Well, I don't know if M's back.
What?
I am here. I can
Oh,
tell
okay.
you guys.
Tea.
Yeah,
Do you want
Could I
some calming?
tea? I mean, I could be calmer, you know.
Okay, I will start pouring everybody tea.
I
Okay.
think I'm okay. I'll remain alert while the
Oh,
rest of you
right.
can partake.
So you're making 3
Well-
doses.
Well, it doesn't make you not alert, right? It just makes it harder for you to be startled.
Which is not
Yeah.
alert.
Well, I wouldn't say it makes you any less alert. Right? You just
Yeah.
Just
Gives you-
vibing?
It just makes you less like scared of whatever you
Yeah.
need to be attentive towards.
yeah,
would think
it
it'd be a
it
good thing to
ends
have if you're
charm
going
and
into a
frightened
fight with a
effects,
dragon.
right? Yeah, and then it can make you indifferent to other targets. So I guess it could make you less hostile to things you roll up on, but I think that's more the spell needs to be intended that way. This is more of
Right.
like a soothing emotions. You are not frightened or charmed.
Cool.
Okay.
All right.
Please consume
yeah,
the
sure.
appropriate amount of flowers per doses, which is you're using 1 per cup.
Mhm.
Except for Vincent's.
So,
Well, I don't know if I think they're in Adeline's inventory.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, I already did Vincent's for you.
Oh, okay, cool.
I clicked the button. You can put it in like a private roll, and then you can actually just roll it, and it will consume it automatically. Or you can go and you can adjust the quantity.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Oh,
Yeah, I made all the flowers consumable.
How many lilacs did you get from your last haul? What is our
29.
Okay, all right, that's not bad.
Yeah, and lilac is 1-to-1 price. Wisteria is 2 gold per flower.
Oh,
Okay,
shit,
so I
In
used
value.
3 wisteria flowers or 4 because Vincent wants another one, right?
How many cups are you making? Yourself and Calmir and Vincent? So you have 3 more.
Yeah. Okay. So I will take away 3.
Yeah. Elias is not a fan of tea. It's too bitter for him.
But it's sweet. It has like a sweet aftertaste. Are you sure you don't want to try it?
Elias is a trust tea. It's always too bitter.
Okay, well.
Mostly because Elias has never been able to afford sugar or honey and has never tried a sweeter tea.
Once I'm able to bring people inside the garden, I feel like we should have like a little tea party. I feel like that'd be great.
Oh, that would be so cute. We should do that. That would be lovely.
And then
hold on. I thought only one person could go in the garden.
I feel like it may be able to contain more, but just not yet.
I'm going to suggest to Elias that why don't you ask Monty to sweeten up this tea?
Yeah, I can't.
That's
you
true.
things
I
taste
could do
different?
that. Can you? I mean, I can make it taste different, but I might overwhelm the flavor. Can you just? Okay, hold on.
I'd say
I'm gonna take
Elias
one
was just
sip
like,
of it, just so I know what it tastes like,
Yeah.
so that I can make it sweeter without messing up the flavor.
I mean, Elias was just look at Vince and be like, couldn't he just do that to water?
Yeah, but this
Good.
one, yes.
thought of
However,
doing
this
that.
one has fun effects.
Yeah. Water is water. This is
And
special water.
he'll kind of just lean and be like, fun how?
You'll see. It's a surprise. It's fine.
It's not
He'll try
that
it.
exciting.
I feel like it won't be that fun for Elias, but
This is very much
I
the
can-
dog
I can
going,
speak
oh
to
no,
that.
it's great, it's delicious, and the kid goes, like spits it out because like 80% like dark chocolate or something.
That was me with wine. I used to hate wine.
But he will try it.
I'll make it taste like the Arnold Palmer of Wisteria teas
I like it.
for Elias.
Okay. He will happily enjoy it then, so please consume 1 more for Elias's dose. And then if you wish to resist the effects, you can make a charisma saving throw. If not, you can so choose to fail and just enjoy the effects of calm emotion. Because
I will
you
choose
guys
to
are
fail.
doing that to yourselves. Yeah, that's what I figured. I figured when you are taking this yourself, but technically there is a saving throw, so do with that what you wish. Okay, and then Vincent, if you go to your downtime, if you click the little roll button next to learn Goblin language, I think that just does it. Yep, it worked. You have increased your learning of the Goblin language. When that is full, you have learned the language of Goblin.
It's a lot of downtime, but you know what? I'll take any progress that I can.
Yeah, it takes a while to fully learn a language, but yep, I like it.
There's
So
no
I
one
just
here that
cleared
you can
that.
practice with either, right? No one here.
Nobody
speaks
speaks Goblin. Yeah, so nobody can increase.
That makes it
the
a lot
speed.
harder.
Yep.
Reading
We
from the
gotta
second handbook.
capture a goblin, and
Who also speaks Common.
yes,
And somehow convince Vincent to actually teach Vincent. Because forcing the goblin to teach Vincent is probably not going to make it go any faster.
Mike, that fucked with my head. What you just said right there. You said convince it to teach Vincent.
Vincent, I
and
am
I
sorry.
was like, whoa.
I'm sorry.
No, I heard convincent.
I did not mean to say
I
that.
don't know.
It was a fantastic pun, nonetheless.
It was entirely unintentional, and I will take it. Okay. Any other fun travel shenanigans? I'm just gonna start putting you guys on this. other map.
I feel like just standard procedure is just like stare at this cipher and just see if I can get anything out of it. I don't know if it's like I just need to roll like a 30 or if like it's just like a time spent on it sort of thing at this point. But I'll keep trying.
During the effects of this tea, I will give his aid with whatever I can with my linguist skills.
Okay. Oops, wrong group. Sorry,
I guess we're all dancing together now.
I was just cleaning up because so tokens, when you put them into Foundry, need to face down. Down is the default orientation that a token needs to be in. Half of them are not, especially the horses. So like if I rotate the horse up, it looks right. So I was just trying to make sure I put everything in like a useful orientation for you guys as I slowly put things onto the map here. Figured you want Dizzy present.
Yeah.
Okay. You're not there yet. I just put you on the map, so we're good.
Put Disney away, but might as well show our strength, you know.
I like it. Okay. Then, so Vincent will assist you in whatever he can while he's learning to work on the cipher.
Okay.
Is that the plan?
I'll
Okay.
move
Do
into
you have
the
any
wagon.
other boons to increase your cipherage?
It's like a slap
need-
when we're starting someone.
Yeah, do you
can't-
need help?
Slap me. Slap me.
I will. Wait, who's doing the check though?
It's me.
Police.
Slap him, Adeline. Slap him.
All right, I will.
Don't slap me.
Okay, I kind of like go up on the flying carpet when he says "Don't slap me." Adeline will just be like, and then slap him, and then like fly away.
Can I try and dodge it?
Sure. Adeline, roll in a
Yeah.
just a strength check. It's just a strength check. You're not proficient in unarmed.
Well, no, everyone's proficient on it, right? Unless we're
I
martial
think
weapons
if you have
users, I don't know.
martial, you are proficient in unarmed.
Okay.
I believe
I
if
don't
you are
think I
simple,
do.
you are not. I will double check and I will add your bonus if you do.
Well, I know that was one of
Strength
the errata they did in the player's handbook, but I don't know if it got changed when we did the
Oh,
new
yeah.
weapons.
No, let me look at the weapon sets. Yeah, it's awkward if you're simple, so you do not add proficiency. Two.
Ooh.
Yeah, you can deftly dodge Adeline's
Aw.
very clearly telegraphed slap. She
Come on,
like
you think
winds
that's ever
back
gonna
way too far.
Fine. And she'll like fly up slower, and then just like tap him on the shoulder.
Okay, you can have your
Alright.
guidance.
This is
Okay,
what
and-
investigation.
Yes, investigation with advantage and guidance, please.
Not great.
I think your nails with scissors.
No.
Yeah, it's tough. You don't seem to be making any progress with this cipher, even with Vincent and Adeline's assistance.
Man, I wish they'd just written it in Goblin. That way, at least we could have just looked it up in the dictionary of this book.
Or Orcish, or Elven. Common.
Or, you
Or
know,
any of the other like
languages.
5
any of
random
us-
languages you guys speak.
Yeah.
You got some weird ones in there. It's great.
We've got a lot of Orcish, right?
You have a lot of Orcish and Elvish. Yeah. I think you have a Celestial in there.
Anybody else know Dwarvish?
I think you're the only one who... You actually,
Yeah.
and Eric knows a handful of languages. Or Vincent knows a bunch of languages. Yeah.
Try to learn more, but we ain't got that much downtime.
Yep. Speaking of downtime, last call for anything you'd like to do during your days of travel. If not, you will then arrive towards the end of the day at the camp that Calamir has described to you.
I also like how my
last
new
last call.
sheet has my full name on it. And so it just takes up the entire bar.
Yep. I'm sorry. I moved everything so like everything was like properly named, right? And then we got Ulise's full ass name there.
Yeah.
I had titles at first, but it was clipping your title as like your actual name for things. I'm like, that's not what I want. Because it takes your first like word for other things. But okay. If nothing else, you guys arrive in the evening. You can adjust your tokens to where you would like to be upon pulling up to this camp. I figured Elias was just going to be hanging out of the wagon, like watching everything.
On Disney.
Maybe he wants to meet Alice or something.
Yeah, no, I was gonna take Elias with me to play with Alice.
You could do so.
How old is
Elias
Alice?
can go wherever you want. I just slapped her there. I think she's 13.
Oh shit!
Oh, they're very similar in age then.
Elise starts having plans.
No. That's drunk Monty. Other Monty.
Sorry. Yeah. Drunk Elise will have plans later. Although, Alice has no station, so might not be a worthy force of a relationship.
Are you an
Yeah.
elitist?
You are both nobles. This is how you were raised. It's
Okay,
pretty
yeah,
hard to
I
break
know.
that.
Some kid too. I mean, I'm not going to discriminate.
Yeah, but also he's a member of your group,
Wait,
so like
also, isn't Alice technically royalty because her dad owns Daunton?
theoretically, if Daunton had somebody who had a title, which you are not aware that there is a title associated to controlling Daunton. Daunton's a hamlet, which is like the literal lowest tier of like settlement. It's like three families. Right. He might possibly have a title. He also may not be aware of that because he hasn't lived in Daunton in a very, very long time.
So I'm not aware of that either. Oh.
Yeah. I mean, you could infer because most people with the title of Baron and up are considered landed nobility. They own land. Most of them usually own really large tracts of land. And then they have like other vassaled lords control that territory for them. So it gets complicated on land rights sometimes. But you are unaware if there is an actual title. You can assume that there could be a title. That's not a bad assumption. There usually is one somewhere in there. But it would make them very low on like the nobility list. Like Adeline and Ulysse would be of a higher station than them, even if they did own land, purely because of their families.
Right, I'm more asking, do I know that he's nobility because he doesn't know that he's nobility? You don't know for sure, but you can have an assumption that he definitely could be. There is a very clear possibility that he could have or he should have a title. It all depends on how his family was given a title, if they were, whether it's a hereditary title or if it's one that like the Baron of the greater territory there has to bestow to the head of the family. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
We go and greet, or
We're
I
gonna
don't
do
even
a
go
break
and
first,
greet like
potentially.
Henry and Alice stuff. Just 'cause
Okay.
She knows them. and
And
she feels
since
more-
Elias will also come with.
Yes. When you roll up,
With an
Henry had
elephant
warned them
and a flying
of the
carpet.
elephant and that you guys had a magic caster, but you guys roll up in like full like what's the word I want? Whatever.
Wag.
It's
Swagger.
yeah. You guys full drip. You guys roll in, elephant, full outfit. Are you waving the banner when you're rolling through?
Oh yeah, banner
Which-
comes out.
Speaking of which, you now have an unfurl the banner button, Alex, that will also
Oh,
let
right, I
you
got it.
place the banner onto the map if you so wish. You don't have to. I can also place it onto the map.
Unfurl
Can
the
I
banner
have
has
the-
no uses remaining.
Yeah, you will have your use because it's been the day. So usually go in and make sure it reset. It might be
What do I do?
Why is it set up to no uses?
When
Let's see,
we're
where's my
riding
flag
up,
banner?
if I can borrow Monty's
I can do it
lute,
real
I'm
fast.
gonna be playing like the theme from The Good,
Bam.
the Bad, and the Ugly. I don't think it's possible on a loot. We'll pretend it is.
You got to do a lot of whistling.
It's mostly
Well,
whistling.
here's your banner. There it is. And you should all get the effects of that, by the way. That should work. If you ever want to see the effects your character is currently under, assuming I'd set these up correctly, for whatever that thing is, you can go to your character, and in the little effect sheet, you should see a bunch. Clicking the check next to bless will put it on if you so are blessed. And then you can turn it off with a little X mark. And a bunch of you should have like passive effects from your like either items or abilities that I thought were useful mostly in combat for me to make sure I'm aware of. If you want other effects there, we can put other effects there. Ta-da!
There we go.
Okay.
My plan is to just do this most days since I don't think we really have any other sources of temp HP, so why not?
Yeah. You have to keep like the banner furled. The act of furling it will end the temp HP.
Okay. If they go out of the 60 feet, do they also lose the temp HP?
No, it's just the fact that you have now closed like the banner.
Okay.
So you can leave the banner
closing
up.
it ends temp HP. Okay.
Yeah.
That's my plan. Is just leave it up.
Yeah. And you've at this point figured out how to nicely have it on Dizzy, if you so wish to have it stick out of Dizzy's saddle.
Okay. There was just a massive thunderclap outside my house, and I didn't even know it was raining.
Ooh.
So that's
Oh,
scary.
damn.
Okay. So you guys are rolling up full like regalia. Edeline, Vincent, and Elias are going over to Alice, who wants to address the group as you guys roll up.
I'll go talk to Henry.
Okay.
Okay.
So you guys-
approach whoever he's with.
That leaves me and Epsilon to go speak with the rest of them.
Well, I mean,
Okay.
I assume Henry's with them.
Yeah, but they've usually
where-
like
There's
off on their own. They're over in their tent. They'll come
Oh,
out
okay.
because you
I'll
guys
go
have
with the
arrived.
guys then. I wasn't intending to talk to Henry by himself. I was intending to talk to everybody.
But as you guys are rolling up, they will all get to their feet. At first, many of them are grabbing their weapons because when people roll
It's
up in camps, they're
okay.
immediately repaired.
Hi, it's me.
Yeah. Yes, because you have talked to anybody who's not Henry.
I talked to Henry.
Yes, as you are declaring that, Henry is also calming them down. It's like, no. These are the people I told you about. They're fine. They're fine. And Og just looks at him and goes, not bandits. Ugh. And then sits back down. Yon will approach.
assuming that one's Og.
Oh, that one's Og. Yeah.
That's
It's
Og.
nice to meet you all.
Yon will speak for the party, kind of like he goes, this is a pleasure. And he'll just kind of like be sizing you guys up and a little overwhelmed.
Could I still be on top of Dizzy at this point?
Yeah.
Cool. I wanted to make it worse. Awesome.
Monty's definitely gonna get down from busy. Or I guess off the wagon because he was in the wagon
Okay.
to do the decoding.
I'm Calamira. I'm the one who contacted Henry earlier so that he would wait for us. Thank you for waiting for us. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Thanks for warning us about a dragon.
Yeah, not a good time to run into that and not know it's coming.
And you'll see like some of the other ones are just like eye Theo and like elbow him in the side, because they still blame him for speaking dragon into existence.
I don't think it was
Yeah.
your friend's fault.
Eh,
Monty will do
it's yet to
the
be seen.
take off his hat, introduce
The-
himself as Captain Monty.
Mhm. Okay. The people who want to go talk to Alice and Henry, you guys just introducing yourselves, walking over to them, and chatting up
Yep.
Alice and Henry? Okay.
Talking to them.
I don't
Maybe
introduce
offer some.
myself.
Well,
It's
You don't
I
introduce
will.
yourself?
Vincent does not introduce himself.
Okay.
Adeline will say, "This is Vincent."
And I'll look around. Who's Vincent?
Oh my goodness. Anyway, and then she will offer tea.
Yeah. Alice and Henry will take it. Is this the spiked tea that you're not warning them about?
I mean,
are we drugging them?
I'll
against
tell
the-
them what it does, but
Oh, cool. That's
Okay.
much chiller.
Yeah. So Jason will
Not
introduce
down for
himself to
drugging
you
people.
guys. He seems like a nice dude. Og is entirely disinterested in this. And it's kind of just sitting there by the campfire, just like eating whatever like meat he was roasting previously, totally ignoring everything that's going on. Zane, overhearing magical tea, will take an interest and join you guys over here at the tea circle. Theo and Richard will stay with Jan and talk with Ulysse and Epsilon about, a dragon.
Right.
Okay.
I'll hop
Yeah.
down from Dizzy at some point, and I'll tell Dizzy to stay where she is.
Okay. Elephants can sit,
Don't
right?
mind the elephant, huh?
I feel like I've seen an elephant sit, like on its like rear end, right?
I mean, they can, but it's not
It's
a
just a
natural
circus
behavior
thing.
for them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I was just imagining,
it's a
is he
trained
just like
behavior.
plopping down and like shaking the earth when you say that?
Nah, Dizzy
But,
would be more
no.
comfortable standing.
Izzy will just trumpet very loudly in acknowledgement,
All right.
which puts everybody else on edge and was kind of Dizzy's point. 'Cause
Don't
Dizzy needs to make
mind
sure that they know
Dizzy.
that
Dizzy
Dizzy's the
is-
boss.
Dizzy
Mhm.
can't understand what I'm saying. Dizzy is like really
Dizzy can understand what you're
protective,
saying.
and Dizzy can't understand what I'm saying.
Well, you have. Would you like to disable beach speech?
I have deliberately made it
Okay.
in this case so that she can't understand what I'm saying.
Okay, because our previous thing was you always have beach speech.
Yes. You're right. I did previously always have animals or
No.
stupid animals up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't mind the elephant. She's lovely. She's just very protective of all of us. That's all. But she is a very good fighter.
Yes. Izzy will then trumpet again, complaining to you that you are leaving Dizzy out of the conversation, but Dizzy will allow you to speak on Dizzy's behalf as the leader of this group.
I can't understand Dizzy saying any of that
Nope.
because I don't have.
Nope, because you turned it off, but Dizzy thinks you can.
Yeah. That's great. I love that. She's like, hey, I can't hear you. Hello.
Why did you mute?
Yeah. I like that her trunk's just like, hey.
I
Hey.
trumpeted for you. Please respond.
Okay, I'll go back on.
Okay.
What is it?
Okay. Dizzy will just convey all that to you. And then Dizzy, happily conveying that and allowing you to speak on Dizzy's behalf, will go back to grazing idly.
You want
in
to
the
go
bushes.
graze some? Go graze some. We're not traveling now. I'm sure you're hungry.
Yeah. Dizzy will
Just don't go
Go
too
in.
far.
graze on bushes nearby.
Hell yeah.
Okay. Yes. Jan will thank you for warning them and then coming. Are you planning to fight a dragon?
If we have to, I think so. Yeah.
And Og will look up from his meat and go, "We can do it." And,
I
Theo,
like your style.
you will see that the two
does
kind of
have
behind
spunk.
Jan will just roll their eyes, and Richard will rest his head in his hand, and I'll be like, "Forgive him." He has
I mean,
a
he
lot of
certainly has
confidence.
courage or something of that type.
something
But,
of that type. Is correct.
We're not totally sure yet. We come by this information through a couple different means, and we still don't really know how large this dragon is, or what sort of threat it presents. All we know is that it's most likely there, and it's what's been causing this lack of communication in the settlement. I also, during this entire conversation, I want to be, like, insight checking the heck out of Jan.
Okay.
I am just, like, looking for tells if, like, any of this information looks like it is, not surprising to him or might indicate something.
Okay. Give me just an upfront insight check that we'll start with as our base level of you insight checking his responses to your questions going forward, then, or your statements and information going forward.
I do have the bonus and insight from my birth sign, so we'll see if this
I
gives
just
me
have to
that
add a
me,
1
but-
because for whatever reason I can't add a +1
Come
myself.
on!
Oh god, the dichotomy. No. I saw the 20
Holy
stop
shit.
rolling first.
I'm gonna re-roll that.
Okay. Take the inspiration and re-roll it.
Say Alex rolled a 1. Wow.
Come on.
Damn.
Fucking shit.
Okay, 8
All right.
is better than 4.
Yeah, it's definitely better than 4, but
Okay.
it's an advantage.
Boop, 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 boop. And then I should also add, you are all aware because Izzy was aware. They were still planning to scout out Daunton with or without you guys. They were not planning to bring Henry and Alice the whole way when they did so. You would have overheard that Zane has an owl familiar, and they were going to send that ahead once they got a little closer. And then Theo and Jan were talking about going themselves to see in person as the two people who move the best stealthily and quietly.
I will
That was their going
produce
plan.
Izzy at that point. At this point, then.
Okay.
Have Izzy visible and perched on my shoulder.
I like it. You will also see Zane immediately looks over at Izzy in mild fascination, but continues to talk about this tea with the tea squad. As Alice and Elias are having awkward conversation over this side, is kids whose parents know each other but have never met before. At a gathering they're not particularly excited to be at.
Yes.
So yeah, you guys are aware of their current plans. They are not aware that you are aware of their current plans. Because you have Izzy in this conversation. You have Izzy info. Jan will, however, continue and explain. Yeah, they were planning to check it out. They're not bringing Henry and Alice all the way, but they are going at least another day closer, so they're about half a day from Daunton, to set up a more secure camp with or without you guys. They would thoroughly appreciate if you were also there.
Oh yeah, that
As
makes sense.
you sound more than capable, and I mean even with an 8, it's very obvious that he is impressed by Epsilon's presence. Epsilon is a rare specimen and
He has that
wearing
effect on people.
Caped Warforge with an adamantine Lajatang, which is not a thing you can conceal, by the way, strikes an image. And then I'm assuming you still have Echolon out.
Does their gear look pretty standard, I'm guessing?
Yeah, it looks above average. What's it called? Jason's in Splint Mail, which is technically better than I think what Epsilon's wearing, and costs a pretty penny. Everybody else is in decent armor. They've got some leather armor, some studded leather. Og is wearing studded leather and a big ass mace. I can go down their whole kit real fast. Richard is in a chain shirt with the bar mace. Yun seems to have a belt of daggers, a rapier, a crossbow, a light crossbow, a studded leather armor, and he has a buckler. Theo is in leather armor, has 2 short swords, has a repeating crossbow like you, Monty, and a longbow. Og has his flanged mace, a heavy crossbow, and studded leather armor, although it doesn't look like his heavy crossbow gets a lot of use. Jason's in splint, has a skirmisher shield, a long sword, a long bow on his back, and a hand axe on each of his hilts, or each of his hips. And Zane's got a mediocre staff, a component pouch that is clearly overburdened with random things, and his spellbook like satchel. So they look capable. I mean, there's no adamantine weapons amongst them, like, you know, good old Epsilon. Or they don't seem to have a bag full of throwing stars like Vincent. But that is their
They can't
initial.
do that anyways.
I know, but you have 261 of them. I feel like it's hard to conceal that many.
How heavy is that?
To be honest, it's a little heavy. I didn't mean to have that much, but it is what it is. I'll
Like
never have to reload.
Vincent's just walking around like chink 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 chink.
Pretty.
It is 13 pounds of throwing stars.
Holy shit!
Yeah, we're just gonna pretend it's not 13 pounds.
I like
Leave some of them in
hand
the
wave anything
cart.
that's not like excessively like over the top, like carrying around iron doors with you is not a thing that you're gonna do, or like all of your Drake bones.
Yeah.
But I saw it. I'm like, that's too funny. So yeah, they look capable. You
Well, if
eyeing
you
them up.
all are planning to go ahead and scout, I could send my familiar ahead now, and I can contact her at a great distance, so we could get sort of an early scout beyond that as well.
It's not a bad
When you
idea.
say that, Zane is incredibly interested, and like peeks over from the tee, and is now like acutely listening to your conversation over Og's head, and doesn't seem to mind his presence to Og because he is now fascinated. Okay, I mean, Jan, if you don't mind, that'd be great.
Alrighty,
I mean,
Izzy, get
Don't
going.
get me wrong, I'd like to see the state of Daunton myself, but I would like to know what we're walking into.
Yeah, I mean, Izzy is our early flying on our way then, and she'll let us know whatever she sees. I mean, I'll be able to see through her eyes, basically. So,
Calamira, do you have a an illusion spell that you could do to recreate the scene?
yeah, I could do it on like a miniature scale. Yeah,
That could
that's
work.
a good idea. I
Calamira
have
just
mine
do a
with
like
her
a
image.
holographic projection of like
Yeah.
a satellite view of what Izzy's seeing as it's going. Okay.
Updating
and
every
you
6
are-
seconds, basically. I
Yep.
think.
Sending Izzy out.
Yes.
Okay. Izzy will zoom off. Well, Izzy would do like a little circle and then and take off. Okay. And Jan will look, you know, a little relieved by that. And Zane's still incredibly attentive to everything that's been, you guys are talking about with familiars. You're keenly aware that he's not capable of doing that, and he is impressed that you can. See if he knows actually what's going on here. Let's find out. Zane's pretty smart. Okay. Zane is curious. But Zane will continue to sip his tea calmly. Which gives you the feeling, Ulysse and Edeline saying this, Zane may be of a higher born background than just a commoner.
Do you have
As
the
a-
pinky out?
He has the pinky out.
That's the tell.
That's
He
it.
also, like,
said his,
He just habitually sips it properly. Right, where like Elias is like both hands on the cup. He like holds it properly, puts it down correctly, and it seems very like the same kind of habits that Ulysse and Edeline have when they're like partaking even like from meskits around the campfire. It's more proper.
Kind of like give Ulysse a look. like a maybe you wanna do some talking.
Chat him up.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay. Well, Jan will express his gratitude that you're using your own resources to help them with their job and keep Henry and Alice safe. And then he will kind of narrow his eyes looking at you, Monty. So what's in it for you?
I mean, if there is a dragon there, I'm sure you're aware of what dragons do.
I am.
There's your answer. Also, we just wanted to help a friend.
And kind of like look back at Henry, who is like much calmer, full Zen mode, like totally different person than when you guys pulled up, because he was still like strung super tight from the whole like dragon at the home that he is like, he is qualifying that his dream for the last like couple years of going back to his ancestral home and getting him, his daughter, and all of these people he hired killed in the process. It's not just zened out, having a nice conversation with everybody. And Jan will kind of appraise you. Okay.
So that's the plan. I mean, of course, if Henry intends to resettle this area, I'm sure he'll need some of whatever was left behind to restart that process. So, remains to be seen, what we do with that. But I think that if it does seem like it's something that's feasible, and you all are of a similar mind to us, we could possibly work out some sort of arrangement for partitioning it.
Okay. And Richard the cleric will chime up. So you're all fully planning to fight a dragon.
Like I said, depends on how large it is. We don't really have the information to know if it's even going to be feasible in the first place. We have a little bit of information about the possible type of the dragon, but even that is sort of speculative.
Okay.
It's possible it's a red dragon.
You'll see kind of like Richard and Theo kind of concern over their face. Jan's doing a great job of keeping like poker face up, especially with an 8. And Og will
so
audibly belch and just be like, I'm in. And again, Richard and Theo will just head in hands, and Jan will begin to apologize again profusely for his companion, because he is aware that at least 2 of you of higher station, because you guys are dressed really well for average adventurers. Also, you introduce yourself as captain, which means you have a post somewhere.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if Edeline introduced herself as Lady Marianne or just Marianne.
Well,
yeah.
Monty's doing Captain Monty. She'll say Lady Marianne just to keep the story together.
Then they are all very aware that they are in the presence of some level of noble, and are even more appalled at Og's actions and behavior. But Jan will welcome you guys to set up camp around here. There's not much to do until we hear back from her familiar. We were planning to get closer in the morning, set up a slightly better camp. Make sure we can leave Henry and Alice there, protected.
Right. I'd like to see what... I'd like to see what the familiar says, just to see how safe it, or how close it might be that we could set up camp safely. Like a
Izzy's
larger dragon
invisible
might
as
have
she's
a
flying,
larger
by the
range.
way.
I assume Izzy is invisible unless you say Izzy is visible.
Okay, I just hadn't declared it, so I
Yeah.
want to make sure.
I assume the default states are Calamir can speak to animals, Izzy is invisible, and Epsilon is doing non-lethal damage.
Fair.
Without anybody saying something otherwise. Those are my assumptions.
That is what I established.
Yes. I do appreciate making sure that I am remembering that, though, because Toon brain cells may not always think about that, but that is my default state. Well, Jan will welcome you guys to their humble camp. Anything they can do to help.
We appreciate your hospitality. I wouldn't say that you should offer that much help just yet, but we still remains to be seen what we're dealing with here. I did have a couple questions for you. Seems like you had some knowledge that you were going to be facing something in this town. How did you come by this information?
Okay. I feel like this is the part of the conversation would be great if you would like to make another insight check for his response and maybe redeem the 8 a little bit.
Come on, me!
Oh no!
Oh!
It's a 4!
Can we say Epsilon's watching him too?
I would be as well.
As a Calamir probably is like a hawk.
I have insight proficiency, so
Sure.
Can I make an insight check?
You can make an insight check, yes. I will take individual insight checks from you guys. I'm not sure you can assist with an insight check without it being a very obvious insight check. Because you would have to communicate in some way.
Nice.
Man, this poker face?
Nice.
Solid.
I wasted all my good days.
Yeah,
No help from
he'll
Epsilon?
explain.
So
You can if you want. It just Epsilon didn't strike me as the constantly on guard about other adventurers character.
Oh, okay.
yeah, I'm more like working on my presence and keeping an eye on everything, less sizing people up for their intentions, because I feel like that's not my forte. So I'm looking for threats, less character checks.
You are welcome to if you want, even though I don't think that's the Epsilon thing to do. You are more than welcome as a player to insight check this guy.
I guess
No,
what I actually would insight check is just sort of like a general feel of the atmosphere of this party. Like, do they seem like on the up and up? Do they seem like trustworthy individuals? You know, coming from, I guess, a sort of lawful good mindset. I want to make sure seeing these people for myself, that sort of what kind of the cut of their jib.
Sure. Give me a insight vibe check for the camp then.
You get a jib check?
Yeah. Okay.
Damn,
Finally.
there
Yeah.
it is.
You approve
Roll
the
above
cut
a
of their
fucking
jib.
5.
They seem fine. They from what you can tell, Henry and Alice seem very comfortable around them, despite the fact that they always keep to themselves. Og seems like he does not care about manners or other people. He is eating his dinner as you all stand around and discuss more important things. Not to him. The group over by the kids are having nice conversations about, their travels and Henry and this tea and how wonderful it is. And Zane keeps asking questions about how you came into possession of it, how you figured out you could even do this, how many other teas you might have, of which you do not have to answer if you don't want. He barely leaves you time to answer. Richard and Theo seem very on edge because you guys are talking about dealing with a fucking dragon. But from what you can tell, they seem like they're going to go with what Jan says anyway. Jan, on the other hand, seems like he's doing the best he can to hold it together personally and put out like the air of being a leader, especially in the face of people who he is pretty sure are his betters on many levels. Both societally, and he's seen how you guys are armed. He is clearly responded when you rolled up to, one, the fact you rolled up on an elephant. Ulysse, I mean, are you concealing your pepper boxes? Or are you just strapping?
Generally, okay. I do.
Yeah. Then he has not noticed your pepper boxes. But Ulysse is well-armed, well-dressed. Epsilon is well-armed, armored. Edeline is well-dressed. You have a flying carpet. Vincent is again well-armored.
My Western clothes, they're pretty cool.
Yes. Well, I would just say, you look great, but you're not the people who's like, that's a threat. He's like,
fair enough. But I was.
He sees big. Oh yes, that is the thing he is wary of from you, is your command of elephants and that thing that popped out of nowhere, and then flew off, responding to your command that can do things that his wizard's familiar cannot.
He's a little bitch.
Yeah, he's just a normal wizard. What's wrong with the beer man?
He's a little bitch, exactly.
He's not the tomato hater. That's James. Vincent also has a scarf, but the fact that rogue game recognized game out of Jan here sees Vincent. Vincent, you'll be aware, Jan also seems to be more of a duelist than a thief as a rogue. He's maybe around the dude whose ass you kicked back in Doka in like skill levels. So you're not sweating it. He is a little bit, but he's doing his best to hold this together. Because, I mean, Edeline doesn't like scream outward combatant, and neither does Calamira, but Epsilon and Ulysse do. And so does the elephant. So he's on guard, despite the fact that it does seem like he trusts your word and what you guys are saying to him. And that's the general vibe check from this camp. The vibe check has been severely hampered over in the tea corner as they are all under the effect of calm emotion. But
I offer some tea to him.
Oh, to Jan.
Yeah. Calm down.
He will politely decline as he is prepping things. But yes, that is vibe checks.
So how does he respond to my question? Like how they learn about this?
He will explain to you. Well, I was trying to get to like the end of the night for a break. But if you want to break before questioning, and
I'll just hit this one question and then we can break.
Okay. Then we could take a short break. He's learned from some of the merchants that moved to Starport that they have connections with. Had explained that the dangers along the road have increased. There has been more like predator activity on the roads, which he was kind of put on guard about. He then brought that up with some of the other adventurers who work in this area. They had similar opinions. It was the opinion of Theo, their outrider, their ranger, that's usually because something else moved into the territory. He had never heard of Daunton before this request, so he did some research amongst some of the other merchants and adventurers that he personally has connections with, and he was able to piece together that it's an older settlement. It was small, but the fact that he hadn't heard anything about it means it's probably not inhabited by people. And he kind of started trying to piece things together and figured he doesn't know for sure, but he assumes the worst, that there is something there that scares owlbears and direwolves, and that he needs to be prepared.
Okay, that's a good enough answer for me.
Yep. And then we can take a short break for snackage, bathrooms, and doggos, and we will return in a little bit to finalize the questioning and this evening.
There we go. We are back. We're back online. Okay. Where we left off was Ulyss's questions for Jan. And then anything else you guys want to do before this evening? You have you are like a day and a half from Daunton. Izzy will get there at like early afternoon the following day.
Okay. I think if there's anything else we want to ask him tonight.
Is he the
No.
fancy one? Is he the one that is like the pinky up guy?
Oh no, that's Zane. That's the wizard. The
Oh,
wizard's
okay.
the pinky up guy.
Never mind.
Yeah. Jan's the one who acts a lot like Vincent.
Ah,
Like mannerisms.
gosh.
You are aware that his like job classification would be a rogue. He's more of a
Wild.
duelist, though.
Gosh. I don't know, any other questions?
I'm thinking maybe we can get an appraisal of what they can do tomorrow, just while we're on the road together. But
Mhm.
I don't have too many more questions right now. I feel like a lot of what we need to know is going to depend on what we find there. So
Mm-hmm.
might as well just
Oh,
hit
yeah,
the
they
hay.
have a like normie cart and a horse that I just don't have on this map. Mostly for their supplies. Henry now is often riding the cart, from what Izzy was telling you before. But sounds good. If you guys have nothing
guess-
else you would like to talk to them about.
I have one thing I'd like to talk to Adeline about.
Oh,
Okay. Then break off into side conversations we go.
All right. So I guess as we head back to our cart to begin setting up camp,
Mhm.
just want to grab Adeline and be like, "Do you happen to look for any masks?"
oh. I don't think I have that prepared today. I have a lot of those today.
I don't blame you.
Do you want me to try tomorrow?
First thing in the morning.
All right. I will look at my spells again.
Just I haven't gotten a sense that they really knew what they were getting into, but I've been wrong before.
Well, I feel like perhaps they're just a bit in over their head.
That's the impression I've got. But you never know. They could be
Okay.
more knowledgeable than.
Eric wants me to ask if we have smelling salts.
I don't think
I
you
meant in
guys own
character
smelling
because,
salts.
like, I kind of. Yeah, the magical smelling salts that can detect magic. Oh,
That, yes,
Oh.
you guys do have. Well,
Oh,
Epsilon
when did we get
has.
that?
Epsilon made them like 2 days ago?
Oh,
Last night.
okay. Got
Or
it.
last
Yeah,
night,
2
yeah.
days
Wait,
ago.
what does it do?
You sniff it and you can smell. It's as if detect magic, but it's only through smell. I don't
Oh,
think you get this.
I mean, I have detect magic prepared, but
Oh,
Yes, as
my
actually,
bad. I
you
thought
can
it was a locate
inhale.
object. That's my bad.
Oh,
That's my
no.
bad.
No.
it's all
No.
good.
Also, we could also detect magic.
Would you like me to?
Do some sniff sniff.
If you don't mind just casually walking through camp.
I'll take a walk. I'll offer everybody tea again. Okay, I will ritual cast detect magic and then go around. Yeah, I'm
You're
gonna
gonna
wait
ritual
10
cast it. Okay.
I'm not gonna waste.
So
any
you're going to
spells
go
right now.
into the
Sure.
wagon.
Wait 10 minutes and come back out.
Well, it's like I had to wait 10 minutes to prepare the tea, you know? And then I walk around and start offering everybody
That's
tea.
solid alibi.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me check everybody's sheets and let me remember what I gave them.
Half of them are fucking stacked with magic items.
Right?
They're all Lance on steroids because you can actually play Lance.
No, that's fine. You guys can murder people. It's fine. It's sort of like it's cool. It's cool. I'll just make a dope ass dragon and get you back. It's everything's fine. Everything's fine. Okay. Double check. I think that's everybody I just looked at. Yeah. Very surprisingly, Henry and Alice have no magic items upon them. Of the people here, Yon and Zane give off some magic auras in their possessions. If you really spend a couple seconds and stare Zane down, appraising him for magic item auras, you can learn he has some enchantment, abjuration. Yeah, that counts as abjuration. Yeah. And transmutation on him. And Zane, if you start him down, has divination.
Oh, ooh.
And then he himself gives off a faint aura of abjuration.
Okay. Did none of them take the tea?
Oh, Yon will politely refuse tea again. Zane will happily take some more. If you offer to Og, he will down it.
It really
like,
is meant to be more
straight.
like a sip thing. Okay.
Richard will return to his tent after all of this is over because he has spent enough time with people for the day. Theo will accept tea. Jason, Henry, and Alice would also accept tea.
Cool. It's a lot of tea, but you know what?
If you're offering.
Right? I'm pretty sure that's like I'm almost out of Wisterias.
Yeah, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, counting Elias and not counting the rest of your party. So however many you make for yourselves.
You didn't have to make the Wisteria tea. You could have made regular tea.
No, it's part of the principle, you know.
Fair enough. I can't argue with that.
She got the flowers. You're gonna enjoy the flowers.
I'm gonna use them.
These ones aren't as potent poison.
Why don't you try making some tea with the mirage flowers?
They're bulbs now.
Yeah, first of all, they're like seeds right now, and also I don't think that's a great idea.
They're like brambles, not like leaves.
They're like
they
bulbs
were like thorny?
now. They were.
Oh,
she
like little.
Yeah, she forced them to seed, so the flower and the stalk have gone through their full.
Did you do all of them, or just the ones that
she did them to all 4?
I know you harvested quite a bit.
Yeah, I did all 4.
Yeah. You got 4 of them. Yeah, 4 flowers and stalks, and she turned them to 4 bulbs.
Yeah.
I'd like to ask in character. Did you plant the flowers, the mirage flowers inside your garden yet?
Oh no, I was a little bit scared that they might, I don't know, do the same thing that they did here, and then like I'd be stuck in there, and then get all messed up by the flowers, and nobody would know, and then I would die in there, and then you would all be like, "Oh, where's Adelie?"
But you made
that's
them
a fair point.
unusable.
Huh?
But you made them unusable.
Yes.
Well, they're usable. They're just like worth less gold piece value if you were to use them.
For now, until
they're less dangerous in this form, I feel.
They are much less thorny in this form. They have not once tried to stab her or conjure mirages.
I am curious though. We could
GP vegetation.
Hey, but I can make more.
On that note, we could technically grow them outside, could we not?
I would have to plant growth outside.
How many of those do you have? What level spellers are they? Oh. We're about to go to sleep, right? So I mean
what if we get ambushed in the middle of the night or something?
we have 7 people. What's the worst that can happen? A dragon pops up?
A dragon comes and fucks us up?
Again, I am a firm believer of your dream, and I'm a follower of your dream, if I may say. And I don't think a dragon will dare attack us outside of your prophecy.
I'd rather not take the risk.
But the flowers, Adeline.
We don't need
flowers.
Epsilon, do you need 300 gold pieces worth of vegetation now?
It's not about the gold vegetation. It's more about simple, right?
What do you
And
mean?
it's about the science. If we can cultivate these flowers and try these petals on our future enemy and figure out what they could do, they could aid us in future battles.
Also, another problem is that inside the garden, it has
No,
everything...
not inside. So we're doing since these dangerous flowers are much too volatile in a one-on-one situation, we can do it outside.
Well, what I was saying is that the garden makes it so that it's perfectly like the right temperature and the right environment for them to grow. I don't know if out here in the middle of these woods is the right area to grow them, or if they'll even flower here.
Weren't we just like a couple of 100 miles away from their original position? I assume it would be fine. And
You're
you
like 60
have
miles.
your plant magic. So I feel it'd be okay. We have Epsilon to guard us.
I just don't know if it's right to use a very large spell right now. We're in a very precarious situation.
Okay, it is ultimately up to you.
Yeah. Also, plant growth affects all plants within that radius. So you'll make a big old area of overgrown plants.
Right.
That's
saved for the garden. Trying to remember, what aura did the mask give off that we have?
I think illusion. I don't know. Never mind. Don't listen to me.
It was like illusion and transmutation, I think. One of those.
And we didn't get any illusion, just walking around the campsite.
You did not get illusion, no.
Okay. No.
Yeah, I'll go back to Monty and I'll basically be like, I'll tell him what I sent. Should I still try to search for the mask tomorrow, though?
It would. I mean, don't they sort of penetrate the same sort of material, those two spells?
The only thing locate object is blocked by is lead.
And detect magic can be blocked by what?
Stone, wood, 1 foot of wood, 1 inch of common metal, thin sheet of lead, or 3 feet of wood or dirt. Sorry, 3 feet of wood or dirt, 1 foot of stone, 1 inch of metal.
I mean, I guess he could be hiding it under his. No, but they don't have an inch of metal in their armor. That'd be insane.
An inch is like, quite a bit.
Yeah, I think you could probably hold off on it.
All
I
right.
think if they are affiliated, they're not affiliated in that way. Oops.
Well, okay. Yes, you're going to keep first watch, or?
That's my plan. Are you doing any alchemy, Epsilon?
Yes, I think I'm gonna set up 2 smoke powders tonight and get some shot going. Hopefully, be able to work on some more grenades.
All right.
And while you guys were having your side conversation, Jan would have talked to Epsilon and ensured that he means no offense, but he and Theo were going to keep their normal guard rotation, regardless of what you guys did, because he feels more comfortable when he is keeping watch of his camp and his people. But you are welcome to keep watch yourselves. He ensures you that he does not think any less of you if you do not trust him to watch the guard of a camp for people you had just met, and doesn't expect you guys to forsake your guard either.
like it can't hurt to have an extra pair of eyes. I think we'll do the same.
Mm-hmm.
Also, doesn't hurt to have some dark vision.
Yeah, yeah, because they're humans with torches.
Yeah,
and a campfire. Yes. Okay. Then you guys set up your camp, like I guess, like right next to theirs.
I got questions.
Yes.
So when Epsilon's making his smoke bombs, I think, and crude
literal
essence,
bombs, but yes, carry on.
Can he use the petals for additional effects?
At his current understanding of this, he would be unable to make a grenade that would disperse any of these flowers in a way that would maintain their actual effects. Because they're kind of fire and shrapnel frag grenades, and not like
I tried
gentle release of powder.
I do have a recipe for a smoke stick, which does produce a smoke that could possibly carry an inhalant if we were to go that route.
I hear sleep stick.
I'm open to the possibilities. But I would need more mineral components. At the moment, I'm short some for smoke sticks. And my current goal is grenades, but it can certainly be added to the list.
I'll keep that in mind for shopping.
25 per, if you want to keep that in mind.
Okay. So we have 2 sets of alchemy going. Are these the 4-hour each one, or are these the...
Yes, it is 4-hour constant. These all have to kind of get going.
Got it. So you'll do that. Yeah. You can start that even before you guys have done camp. And then anything else before watching?
And advantage. And my advantage.
Vincent and Adeline will assist you.
I mean, if you're not doing anything else, I definitely won't say no.
Sure. Where's the guidance button?
Smack me.
Oh, wait. Fuck. I didn't mean to roll that.
Everybody should have a... well, everybody but you should have a separate guidance button because you have the actual spell that you can just click.
Oh. I give guidance.
Yeah, it's a feature you can go and click on. I put it on most people's toolbars if I had space. Some of you have a bunch of consumable bullshit and may or may not have had space for a guidance episode.
Oh God, shots fired.
Yeah. Okay. Well then, if nothing else, I would like a first watch from Elise, please. We do their watch. Jan will be the first watcher of their group as well, and he will step out of his tent and close it behind him, and then do his watch.
Well, we have so far got 1, 5, 1.
Today
3,
is not your
3.
day, Alex.
Yeah, 9.
Alex got robbed before this game. I don't know what happened over the weekend. You're not the same man.
Well, I save it all for when I DM.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's fair. That's fair. You got to pull it up.
He doesn't really fit in that space, but it's fine. There we go. There we goes. Okay. Og pulls out his sleeping bag by the fire. Jan keeps watch. You guys can go to your tents. And your watch passes uneventfully. No sounds of dragons approaching or other terrifying things in the night. Which would then bring me to the second watch.
Does Jan look like he's doing anything during the watch?
Besides keeping watch and trying very hard to? No, not really. No. He does not. Yeah. Although you're mildly annoyed that he's keeping watch with a torch, which is more light than you guys like to give off during your watch. But humans, what you gonna do?
Yeah, humies. You gotta
yeah.
adapt for him.
And then Theo will eventually wake and swap places with Jan, so that he can take a watch. So I would like a perception from Epsilon and Theo, please.
I guess, do they realize? Well, because Monty would technically have 2 watches, right?
Yeah, well, you would take much more watch than they would, although they were like resting before, and you can assume are probably going to get up a little after you. Because they already had their camp set up and didn't have to worry about anything like that. Okay, nice. Make sure you're on the right sheet mode. There we go. So I can actually roll yours. Damn, Theo's good at watch. I know you guys can't see the roll from him, but damn, Theo's good at watch. Yep. And your guys' watches also pass uneventfully. You don't see, neither of you see Theo do anything odd. He takes the earliest watch, so you see him kind of like stoke the fire back up as the sun starts to rise. But nope, all good. So Epsilon, would you like to roll me your smoke powders with advantage and guidance, please? And then add your appropriate amount of shots.
All right, so how does guidance work? I just press this and it's in a D4, or it's like a toggle thing?
If you just press it, it gives you it'll roll a D4 is what it will do. So you have to like press it afterwards. Okay. 16 and 22.
Those both hit DC 15.
Yeah, nice.
Lucky
I was like, I saw the 12. I'm like, oh no.
Oh yeah, I was like, ooh.
Yeah. Good.
Oh, that's so cute.
30.
The little
shot to the good.
Little guidance boy.
Yeah. The little blurb.
Mm-hmm. The Ulysse one isn't as cute, but instead lists all of the things you can use his bardic inspiration for when you roll it. Which I thought was slightly more
utilitarian.
practical.
I like it.
Because it's like everything. Did you roll a d20? Yeah, you can add his inspiration to it. Also, if you did any damage, you can add his inspiration to it. But yeah. Or if somebody rolled a d20 at you, you can add your inspiration to counter it. Yeah, it's you could just do a lot with his inspiration. But okay, then the morning comes, everybody rises. The humans a little slower than your party, because you guys are so used to like maximum efficiency watch and sleep that like most of your party sleeps without worrying about it, because Ulysse and Epsilon are like always aware of their surroundings. And it makes you, very confident in their watches.
Even when you're rolling
Sleep
threes.
like a fucking baby with Epsilon Fonzie in this party.
Yeah. It makes watch real simple to worry about. Then when I go and think about other parties, I'm like, shit, they're gonna take like an actual rest. God damn these humans. But it's fine. It's fine.
Like anyone that isn't elf or warforged.
Yeah, you happen to pick the two things that most excelled at this. And it lines up perfectly.
Unplanned, actually, which kind of worked out.
Hey, it's a fun little perk. But okay,
also
then.
How your backstory is tied in also with plan.
Then, prepared caster, please pick your spells for the new day. If you use resources that are a long rest, everything is recovered. It is now the 13th of Dominus.
Does it look like they're like in the morning when they do get up? Are they like jumping to breaking down camp, or are they like kind of relaxing, making breakfast, getting their shit together?
They're mostly relaxing, getting breakfast and getting their shit together. Half because Henry and Alice are the last ones to get up. Secondly, because the prepared casters in their cleric and wizard yell at anybody who approaches their tent before they leave. And that's something Izzy has informed you guys of, that is their normal routine. That like Jan and Theo are like up and ready to go So is what's it called? I need to stop grabbing people because it restricts my vision. So is Jason. Og has not moved at all and is just snoring by the campfire, does not care about anything happening around him. They seem to be taking much more time than you guys are.
Great. I will use this time to make another grenade if I have the chance.
I mean, you can wait. You can have everybody wait up 4 hours, and you would have enough time probably.
Well,
everybody would end up waiting for you unless you want to do it in your cart, in your wagon.
So here's the thing: the smoke powder is what takes 4 hours. It doesn't say time length for the grenade, so I don't know.
Oh yeah.
How you want to say that? I work that rather. I'll leave that up to you, because it's not saying that obviously.
Oh yeah, and you can. I'm just looking at it.
Oh, yeah.
Does not say.
What comes to shove, we can just make the bomb in the cart, right?
I mean, yeah, he could produce this in the wagon if he really needs to. I'm gonna say you can produce a number of grenades equal to your proficiency modifier during a short rest period, provided you have enough shot to do so, and materials. So if you take 45 minutes to an hour, like at the beginning of this, while they're slowly getting their camp together, you can combine shot into grenades up to 3, right? That's your proficiency mod. Yeah, that's how math works.
That is why I wanted to clarify that they were taking their time eating breakfast. Yeah, as someone who doesn't have to eat, I'm like, well, that makes my morning.
Yep. Mm-hmm. I was just trying to go, They don't really say. Part of me feels like it was like part of the original check, but then it doesn't actually say that, and I'm like, so I'm down. You can either do it as part of your original check, or after the fact, you can, during a short rest, produce up to your proficiency modifier of them.
Well, because I can only create 15 at most at a time, and I need 30 per grenade, so it'll take usually multiple crafts to make it. And then for if I ever wanted to make the keg, it would be a bunch of, like, I would have to make it a lot. So I think that's why it's separate. But however you want to work that out, because I do want to be able to hold on to shot and not have to say like, okay, I'm making it now if I want to. Also, because Monty might need shot for his thing.
Yeah, I mean, I should be good. I've got like 50, I feel like.
You say that, but that's not recoverable.
And then arrows. I started blasting.
I'm going to then put in, you may produce a number of grades equal to your proficiency modifier during a short rest or a period of 1 hour. And I'll put a 1 keg per hour because I feel like that takes a little more time. Because, I mean, half of that's probably just filling this, like, keg of smoke powder and prepping it to go off.
A delicate substance, you know.
Yeah. So then you can,
as I'm eating breakfast.
There you go. He doesn't need too much for this, so you're good to go. Oh, there we go. But then you guys are all sets. All sets. Okay. Anything else you want to do in the morning before you get rolling?
Nope.
Okay. Then Theo will look enviously at your guys' setup as you just put everything in your wagon, get on an elephant and a magic carpet, and nobody has to walk.
Did they look like they have horses and a wagon, or they've been walking?
They have a horse and a cart that pulls their supplies, and Henry and Alice, and the rest of them walk.
How much space do we have in our carriage?
You got a lot.
I mean, half of it's supplies, right? You have
We could take a couple people, but we definitely can't take them all.
I'll
Yeah.
nudge. Who's on the cart? Is it Epsilon? Is Eveline on the cart?
It's
I'm on the
normally
carpet.
You, Epsilon, and
Yeah.
Elias.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'll nudge Epsilon and persuade him to ask if someone will wanna get on the cart. I'll trade spots with Elias so he doesn't have to. I take
I
it
know
back.
half of you now.
What is Alice and Henry? Are they walking or
They're in their cart.
they have a cart? Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll nudge Epsilon to see if any of them want to hop on, and I'll switch with Elias so he doesn't have to, just in case a land situation happens again.
Yeah. Can I?
Okay.
I'll offer to Alice to ride on the carpet because I feel like she'd think it's fun.
Oh yeah,
Not you,
Alice
Henry.
will
Sit the
absolutely
fuck
take
down.
up on that, and Henry will look really, really like concerned for a minute, but he will give in when he sees Alice's excited expression.
Do I notice? Is it obvious that Marianne is asking Alice to do that?
Oh yeah, yeah.
And do I notice that?
Yes, yeah.
Okay,
Not
I'm gonna
private.
pull Marianne away for a moment, and I'm gonna suggest that she let Elias take Alice on the ride.
Are you trying to pull a drunk Monty right now?
No, I just think
What was that?
I feel
Nothing.
like Elias might need more friends, and Alice being someone at a similar age, and I don't think they have much socialization going on. So the few times that children can socialize, I think they should.
Elias, you know how to fly the carpet, right?
Yeah, he's done it. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Be very careful. Would you like to go with Alice on the carpet?
Oh yeah, those two are taken off as soon as you let them.
Okay. Just don't go too far.
I can show you the
Well.
way.
Don't go too. All right.
And they are off doing circles around the wagon. Yeah. You guys have
At least
space. You could
respond.
bring more people onto your wagon if you wanted. You have like
Well, I'm
4
assuming
open
that
seats.
Eveline is now sitting with Epsilon. So how many slots do we have in our carriage?
You
open
should have
with me on the
4 slots open with you in there.
Okay. And how many of them are walking? Please don't say 4. I'm gonna be outnumbered. I don't like that.
6.
6.
Straight up 6? Really? They don't have horses to.
They have
They
a
have one
horse
horse.
and a cart. The cart is holding
Gotcha.
like their supplies and like the tents and stuff. And
I
Henry
can
and Alice
obviously
were
walk, so
riding
he's
on
fine.
it. Oh yeah. Zane will immediately take Alice's spot and like make a face at Richard. More or less. Yeah.
I'll let Epsilon deal with the democracy. I'll just nudge him and suggest that
I
people
mean,
can ride if they want.
You could invite just Henry.
Oh yeah, so that they can ride on their own cart.
And then they can do
I am-
their own thing.
I like that idea. I would prefer to invite Henry and perhaps the other caster, Richard, because he's less of a threat here close by.
Man's got a mace.
Yeah, I have an Epsilon.
This is true. I would say none of them in solo combat really seem like they're a threat to you. Especially when you have an Epsilon.
comparatively I'm not gonna fight Og comparatively to a Mace Boy over here. I'd rather fight Mace Boy.
Epsilon will do his best Ezra impression and say,
Y'all want a rat?
Yep.
Yeah, Richard will hop at that chance and then make a face back at Zane.
Yeah.
Jan and Theo will stay. Og will stay. Zane will stay on the cart since he made such a big deal about taking the spot. And he's
Suck
gonna
Zane.
feel real bad about it. Jason will join you guys though.
So
He had a
it's
good time
Henry
talking
and
with
Jason.
Adeline last time. Henry, Richard, and Jason have joined you guys.
Although on the other thing, it's under the cart, which is super annoying. I need to find a module to fix that. There we go. That's the cart arrangement.
I'm gonna look at Vincent before they like get on the cart and be like,
I'm trusting you to not let them stab me in the back.
Of course, because I will be behind you and Henry will be behind Edley. So if anything, they'll stab me first. So
just holler if you need help.
I'm sure a lot of hollering will occur.
Okay. Then you guys can set off. I'm gonna get rid of their party marker now that you're all kind of together.
Lamira, how far is Izzy made it along the road?
Let me check.
Which I should mention, at this point, the road has turned less from a road and more to a like worn path through some woods that at points gets kind of marshy, but not like swamp. It's just wet woods. Izzy
kind of marshy.
Yeah, isn't there yet. Izzy has no idea when Izzy will get there.
Well, Izzy made the turn towards Daunton.
Yes, you guys have already done that.
Okay.
When you met up with the party.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
That was the crossroads. Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, there's not a ton of crossroads there. You had just already gotten the information as to where you needed to get off from the people you had asked about for the general location of Daunton. They're like, yeah, there's a road there. And it was a road for a while until you guys started getting into this part of leg of your journey, and it is not a well-kept road. It is not traveled. It seems that it is, at least for where Izzy is, because Izzy's like almost there, but not quite, almost a day ahead of you guys. It seems like it turns into almost more of an animal path than like an actual road. Which
can we tell what animals might have been
say to your druid with this kind of information, maybe would tell you that that's a clear sign of lack of human inhabitation, like habitat, or like human presence, because animals are using the easiest path they have there, which happens to be an old road.
Are we still able to take the cart or the wagon along?
Yes, it'll fit. It'll work. I mean, you could take your wagon between trees if you had to as well. You can go off-road.
Okay.
Dizzy will be doing some of that when they get to the Izzy portion, where like Dizzy will have to find the best way to fit through trees because Dizzy is wider than your wagon. But yes.
Can I get a sense of if I see any like animal tracks along the ground along this section?
Sure. You can give me a survival check.
Ooh, good at that. Come on.
Okay. Hey, okay, yeah. Yeah, you see assortments of animal tracks in this like marshier, or I should say like wetter soil. It's not super marshy for you yet, but it holds tracks well. And you see what appear to be large amounts of like deer or hoofed creatures of some kind. Some other like paws that look like they might belong to like a wolf or some other kind of mammal with paws. There's a word for those and I can't think of it, and it's fine. You do not see any clear signs of dragon.
Any
you don't
owlbear?
see any. You rolls the owlbear chance. See very little owlbear presence. You see some, but you see more like more deer as you've been traveling. Yes.
All right. That bodes somewhat well.
And then after a few more hours of traveling, you guys are about a day from Daunton. Izzy has arrived. Let me take you there, and then you can fly Izzy.
Neat. Another map.
Yeah, there may be some reloading required.
Daunton is very much like a green
Not
mass.
neat anymore.
But no, it just loaded in the
Daunton
wrong
looks
spot.
fucking ravaged, my man.
Daunton, more like done.
I'll take that one.
Nice try.
I respect all attempts, nonetheless.
Okay. You should have control of
I
Izzy.
have Izzy now?
Yep.
Okay.
May fly around. So as Izzy approaches this area, there is a like stream that runs through it, and then it looks like used to be a man-made channel for it towards the broken remains of a windmill.
Yo, your shadows are like not good right now. They're broken.
You gotta refresh.
Yeah, try refreshing the page.
I'll do that.
The structure Izzy is immediately in front of that you will see when you return to this page appears to be some kind of religious building and is the most intact one that Izzy can see. Izzy sees a lot of very overgrown, very like decaying buildings. Most of them made of wood, have rotted away in the very humid environment they're currently in.
Okay, as Izzy is investigating, Calamira is going to be minor imaging, which is a 5-foot cube.
Okay.
Like a map table of what she's seeing.
Are you guys stopping your travel to show this to everybody? Because you are an elephant with Ulysse.
Well,
so you would only be
like
telling him right now.
Should probably stop and have a look.
Well, yeah, we could stop then. I can stop. I'll let everybody know that Izzy has arrived. We can stop for a meal or whatever.
So I know Epsilon doesn't need lunch, but
yeah. Hey, Og will take a snack.
Og would always take a snack. Og
absolutely.
Snack, let's be real.
Calamira seems to think so, but carry on.
Well, how low did it roll on Og?
He was one of the really high ones, I think.
Okay, then yeah, Og is a snack. I stand by that.
Was there anybody higher than Og?
There was a 17. Whoever was on after Og.
Richard, the cleric.
Oh no, he should be one of the ones though. Okay.
Oh shit, Richard, a whole ass meal.
Yeah, you're not a fan of Jason and Yon.
Holy man.
I think you rolled high on Og, Richard, decent well on Zane, like acceptable on Theo.
They're okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
so what? And so can I like do a perception check inside this house?
Sure. Yeah. You can give me an Izzy perception check, please.
Okay. Oh.
Yep.
Darn.
I mean, this is less of a house than some of the things that you can already kind of see into on Izzy's path here. This is like a very sad excuse for a religious building. Maybe built in the shape of an abbey, but it's really, really run down and dinky for this. It seems like there was some kind of religious significance here. You see some really broken pews. The whole place very rotten, very overgrown.
Okay.
Which is kind of the theme for the whole place as you're traveling around.
Yeah, as he's going to keep going.
Everything seems to have been, as compared to when you were in Fort Sandor, this looks more like things have just kind of given into age. Whereas Fort Sandor was damaged and then left to rot, this looks like it kind of just rotted. So this looks like it used to be a small house of some kind.
The same goes with kind of the other buildings nearby that Izzy, through the rotting openings of these, can kind of see into. There's remnants of a fence around this area here, right south of Izzy. Sorry, I'm using the DM cam one so I can like control what the stream can see.
Hell yeah to the cottage core dreams.
This building here that Izzy is approaching is made out of what looks like a stone, like a cobbled wall instead of wood, and seems to be more intact than other things.
Except for this giant hole on the side of it. Oh,
that's a window. And that hole, yeah. And in here you find
hole.
Yes, that is a large hole. Yes, that is caved in. This, though, is a shiny, big old pile of treasure.
Can I make a perception check again?
Yeah, sure.
Well, fuck.
Yep. It's so shiny. There's so much. It's so shiny. Like, you're talking like maybe like 10,000 individual pieces of currency in that pile.
Okay. Izzy really wants to go
so shiny.
It and like jump in it, and Calamir will remind Izzy that we just saw flowers that looked like a pile of gold too, so don't fucking do it. And because my familiar's obedient, she won't do it.
Yep.
I will model this room minus the pile of gold.
Okay. Then
I will tell that to people that I choose later.
And Henry will tell you that looks like it was his family's like home.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. As Henry's like has really faint memories of this. He thinks that was a farmer's home. He thinks they're like what's it called? Kind of like the unofficial like the village grandmother, right, lived in this establishment. She was a really low-level caster, but she could like help people with cleaning and mending with magic, and he vividly remembers that. But she didn't have any kids of her own, so like the village was like her kids. I mean, that's kind of how something so small works.
Okay.
And he'll go on to tell you kind of just like stories of living here. And they didn't really have a blacksmith, so they like really highly valued all of their tools that they could buy. So she was like super important to everybody else because she could fix the small things. And she would like cook food for everybody as Izzy's flying around. Most of these seem to just be like homes. Henry helps narrate, mostly farming. That's really how this little hamlet worked. They farmed, they sold what they could in Starport or Fortuna, kept what they needed to. This over here looks like what used to be a well, but is kind of caved in on itself. That's coming from this little stream that runs under what used to be a windmill, where they would convert some of the grain they would grow into, wheat, usable grains.
Are there any corpses or like bones?
None that Izzy has seen. Although at this point, while Izzy is flying around, a dark shadow kind of passes over Izzy. And Izzy hears a large thud from over towards the main house there. As Izzy sees a horse's corpse kind of just like bounce off the ground and land. As a huge, let me make sure I'm on the right thing so I can actually grab it. Green dragon lands upon it and just rips half of it off and starts eating. Just throws it back and catches it in its maw and almost swallows it whole, bone and all.
Shit, you guys, there's a dragon. It's a green dragon. It's about as big as Dizzy.
Yep.
Is he gonna watch it?
Yeah, it's gonna
from cover
rip into this horse, and it's just
it's eating
feasting.
a horse.
Yep, unsaddled.
The horse or the dragon?
Both.
Oh, okay.
I meant more that it
Hey,
got
we've
presumably
seen a dragon with a saddle on it before. It's not in this.
Yes, you have in a different campaign. Yes, this dragon does not seem to be tamed in any way, from what you can tell, and it is making quick work. Technically, yes.
Wait, how big is it?
Huge. It is 3x3. Do not trust your previous knowledge of dragons. It is much smaller than the white and the blue one you guys had seen before. It is still a very large creature.
Yeah,
I'm
comparing
it is a 3x3.
It also takes up.
Those were gargantuan, right?
It's bigger than the bone drake.
Yeah,
correct.
It's a little smaller than the bone drake. The
Fucking
bone
easy,
drake.
Let's go. We're gonna eat
bigger.
this shit up.
Wait, it's huge size or is it?
It's huge. 3x3.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks pretty vicious, but it's not as large as I was thinking that the dragon could be. So
it's big as Dizzy. That's a pretty big dragon.
I mean, yeah, it's still pretty big.
Everybody else near you guys is like, what do you mean?
What do you mean it's as big as an elephant?
Oh, well, we've seen bigger ones. We saw 2 really big ones recently, and those were kind of intimidating.
Again, Henry looks like he's going to collapse. Alice and Elias have no idea what to think, but the adults are panicking, so they're panicking a little bit. Jan is like full poker face still, trying, assumably, his best to keep this all together. Og does not care at all. Og's still down to fight it. Theo, very concerned. Richard and Zane are just like talking to themselves like, what the fuck are we supposed to do about a huge dragon? Like, how old do you think that thing is? And you can overhear Zane is like, it's older than a hatchling. It's bigger than a wormling. It's maybe a young adult. It could be an adult. He's like, I don't know.
I'm gonna look towards Upsilon. We're in this, right?
All day, every day.
And you'll just see the color drain from Richard and Theo's face as they overhear this conversation.
I mean, if you will have escorted your 2 charges to this place, that will be your mission fulfilled, am I right?
I mean, yeah, tactically that is correct. We tend to try to make sure they're safe and we drop them off, but and he just kind of like looks at Henry. He's like, I don't know what to do about a dragon like that.
We do. We know what to do.
Theo will kind of like put his hand on the answer. Like, we should still check it out. And Theo will explain he can cast Pass Without a Trace.
I also can.
And that was their original plan.
No, you can't.
Oh. I don't even just feel like
she has no idea what she's talking about. She smoked a little too much flowers.
Yeah.
She would give the dirtiest look to Vincent.
Look. We're just gonna let them use their spell slots and save what you got so we could blast this bitch, alright? We got this.
Yeah. And I mean, he would still like to see Daunton himself, but he does not think he's bringing anybody he doesn't have to anywhere near this place. As he'll try to explain that he would like Henry and Alice, and he'll mention Elias because Elias is also a kid to like at least stay back. And he's like, we can leave Jason and Zane. They can be pretty safe. Everybody else can get closer, and then the 2 of us can check in.
I keep forgetting how old Elias is.
Elias is
14?
14 or 15?
Is that 15?
14.
That's his birthday.
He's 14.
14.
Oh, that's a
Yeah, he's
14.
14.
Okay, I'm a little slow. I'm sorry. I apologize. It's 14.
Yeah,
I'm
he's
like, why did you
14.
do a 5? This is a 5. Okay, my bad. Well, okay. While I understand their concern, I personally do not feel comfortable leaving Elias with strangers.
Jan will take no offense to that. He completely understands. He just would not like to bring a kid to a dragon fight if he could afford it. And Theo will ensure not that they want to fight the dragon.
If Elias is with Alice and Henry, it should be fine then.
But that begs the question, who's gonna stay with them? If anyone.
Jan will chime in. Jason is staying with them. He is, and he will look at his like split mail, the least stealthy of all of us, and the one who drew the straw to make sure to defend them.
From
you
our
guys.
group.
Yeah,
but I assume they have their people that are going to stay back.
They are planning to leave Jason and Zane like a day out. Is their plan?
We could leave Dizzy with them.
Because Dizzy is not exactly stealthy, but
Dizzy and Elias.
Dizzy is not
Dream
stealthy.
team.
Dizzy could go in the necklace though too, and then be brought out for combat. But then I'm kind of closer than I'd like to be, and if the dragon isn't on the ground, there's not a lot Dizzy could do.
That's true.
Also,
you guys
Dizzy's
could
very
also
hard
leave.
to hide, so leaving Dizzy back with them might make them a bigger target if the dragon is out hunting.
Elias is going to be like make the greatest book when he's older. He's going to have stories about growing up with an adventuring party and growing up being best friends with an elephant.
Honestly, Elias is like our little like commune kid. Like we all raised this kid together.
We stay at commune kids.
We're all TPK'd and he's just left to tell our stories.
That's fucked up. It's sad. Okay, cool.
Next party, so when you guys TPK the dragon, you can pick Elias? From Henry, Elias, Alice, and Dizzy as your characters.
Dizzy.
I'll play Dizzy.
Are you gonna do that again?
No, I can't do that again. No.
I mean, you could also leave Izzy with them and then have a way to communicate. But
yeah, I don't know if you want to leave Izzy with them or if you want Izzy to come with us because Izzy's really good for scouting in other areas. But if we're doing that ourselves, I don't see how.
Okay, I will ask. I'm going to look to Elias and ask him. There is obvious dangers in this town ahead. You are of age to make your own decisions. What would you like to do?
Elias is very excited to fight a dragon, which Theo will keep reminding him there is no plan to fight a dragon.
Well,
he's like, we are scouting. Yeah, but you guys haven't like verbalized that to them.
Not yet.
But you also see like the gleam in Elias's eye that he could protect other people.
Aww. Yeah.
Wait, what? He has fire spells. What protection can he provide?
Fire spells are pretty effective. And he'll kind of like lean, like pull you down, Vincent, whispering, you're like, can I have the armband?
You'll have to ask your mother about that. I point to that.
Absolutely not.
And he'll look very dejected. I'll do whatever. He'll just sit unhappily on the wagon.
Mumbles under his breath, I hate you.
Oh my god.
You're not even my real mom.
Listen, he's our commune kid.
Elias will happily do whatever direction you would like your follower to take. Meta knowledge wise, anything that does over like 3 dice worth of damage, any 3 dice really, will kill Elias.
So he's staying back.
if he fails the hit. Yeah. Dragons are faster than you and have a breath weapon. Those are facts you are aware of.
You shouldn't let Elias anywhere near the dragon, or he's probably gonna die.
He's probably gonna die.
Yeah.
We already have to worry about
we haven't
keeping
had
ourselves
anything dramatic happen lately, so like, fuck it.
No.
Yeah, let's not do
listen,
that.
it's one less person to worry about trying to resurrect. So
yeah.
let's leave him.
Oh, if you guys think I won't try to resurrect him if he dies,
no.
I will waste our time.
One less person.
He means, one less person
that's fair.
in a dragon fight. You have to worry about going down.
I don't think the damage he puts out is worth his chance of dying and being in this fight.
Not worth.
Dragons are.
Risk reward, not worth.
As you guys are discussing, the dragon has at this point devoured the horse, like bones, basically, and all.
It just ate the horse. So, but this seems like this might be its home.
Whose horse?
As it will make its way back into the what's left of this house, and kind of
shit, that is its hoard.
Curl up on the gold.
Okay, so I didn't mention it before, but the dragon's lair is the town. There was a pile of gold in one of the houses, and I didn't mention it because I didn't want to distract from the layout. But it's sitting on it now. Sitting on it now.
I guess I can prestidigitation all the gold, but man.
Oh god, that's gonna take forever.
No, it's sitting on it. Sitting.
If you could cock a Lajatang, Epsilon would be like,
no. I just imagine Epsilon just the Grievous, his wrist rotates. Just a quick rotation of the Lajatang, and he's ready to go.
I would prefer some sick Darth Maul shit, but yes.
Here's the thing.
Oh, you could definitely do some sick Darth Maul shit.
With the number of people that we have, if all of us go on a scouting mission, there's a fairly high likelihood that we'll be noticed.
I don't
There's
need
a lot
to go. I can send Izzy with you all.
Well, I think that maybe we send a few people from our party, a few people from yours, maybe scout it out a bit, see what we want to do, and then seems like Vincent and Epsilon have made their decision.
What do we gain from having a group scout when Izzy can already see everything there?
That was going to be my
Izzy's
question.
Not super perceptive.
The other group as well.
Fair.
I'd like to know what you want to scout.
Jan will kind of look at Theo and then back at you guys. No offense meant, but we value what we see very highly from what other people tell us.
That's sort of what I thought. But I respect that.
He will again be like, I do not mean that you are lying to us with your illusion or what you're telling us. But if there's a dragon, I would like to be able to see and then bring back as much information to the city as I can.
I understand. I'm thinking maybe one or two of us could go as well.
We were only planning to bring everybody but Theo or Zane and Jason. Maybe a couple hundred, maybe even 1,000 out from even the outskirts of the hamlet. And then the two of us, and he'll point Theo to Jan, would make a stealthier approach to see what we can see from the distance.
Okay, that sounds like a good plan. I was thinking of something similar. Sound good?
Quick mechanics question.
Yes.
How much noise does it make when I switch places with Echolon?
Technically none.
I will no longer walk. I will 15 feet bamf everywhere. Yes.
It's just the faintest. It makes a very faint little fart noise. Yes. Which is no bother to Epsilon because he's never really dealt with this before. He doesn't have to. Epsilon now moves by Echolon shuffling everywhere. Yes. Okay. I like it. And everybody will look at you very confused as to what you are doing from now on.
Let me just make sure as well. Does everyone have a ranged weapon? Vincent, do you have a ranged weapon?
And I'll pull out all 13 pounds of my shuriken.
Vincent, from who knows where, pulls out this fat ass bag of just metal that clanks, and he'll just pull out a handful of really pointy ninja stars, and he'll just kind of like waterfall them back into the bag.
I guess that'll work. I have this this repeating crossbow. If you'd like to use this instead.
I think I'll pass on that. I appreciate the request.
All right. All right.
Kiana and Thera also have ranged weapons, but would like to remind you they would very much not like to fight a dragon.
I mean, I don't blame you. I think remains to be seen what we do with this dragon.
Okay. Then, what are you guys planning to do? They are planning, Jan's party, to set up camp. Basically, they might go a couple hours further and then set up camp. Leaving behind Zane, their wizard, Jason, one of their like martial characters, who seems to be definitely a fighter of some kind, Henry and Alice, and whoever you guys want to leave at this like camp. Everybody else is going to move forward. They want Og because they really shouldn't leave Og unattended by himself. He gets into lots of trouble. And Richard because he's their cleric. So if things really go to shit, they would like their cleric near them. And set up maybe 1,000 feet out from the outskirts of the hamlet. Further, if they see the dragon above the treetops, don't get them wrong. But close enough that they can, retreat back to the group and regroup and then run if things get bad. Which they're like, if you guys want to stay, like if things kick off and you guys stay to fight it, please don't expect us to join in. And Richard's like,
Og.
Og will look incredibly dejected that he is not allowed to enter the village, and was told that they weren't fighting the dragon.
Can I wink at Og?
Sure. Og
I would
will
also like to
incredibly obviously wink back at you guys, and you will see Theo and Richard just put both their head in both their hands. No. Okay. So you guys can leave whatever you want at the camp. Jan would recommend honestly not bringing the wagon and the horses that far ahead, but he is not going to tell you guys what to do with your stuff. He just, in his experience, horses and wagons do not handle large scary creatures well.
I will put the horses, once we are stopped, in the necklace.
Okay, and
Dizzy as
all
well.
of their jaws drop as you just suck up two large and one huge animal into a ring on your necklace.
And when I
like
look
it
at
was
them,
nothing.
I pat my stomach. Nah, I'm full. I'm just like walk away.
Og looks incredibly impressed.
Let's go.
Sierra and Richard kind of like look at Zane, and Zane is just like jaw on the floor, does not know what just happened, but you see like that hunger that he wants to know in his eyes.
Oh,
I will just look at him and smile.
the thirst for knowledge.
Yeah. And you kind of see like Jan's poker face for the first time crack a little bit, and you see his anxiety showing just a teensy bit before he kind of like gets his leadership persona back together.
Well, we got to keep them safe from the dragon. I mean, they're like a food source, so we don't want to distract attention. If you all want me to do it with your horse too, it'll take me a little bit to make friends with it, but I can. You'll get it back.
I mean, they are leaving the horse back with Henry, Alice, Zane, and Jason.
Yeah, I'm saying I could do it with that horse too.
They're good. The final part of this plan is if Zane doesn't hear from them or see them in over a day, they are to return to the road and wait, like the main road. And if they still don't see them in another day, they're to return to Fortuna with Henry and Alice.
Oh my God, Sam.
Yeah. So they would like to keep their horse, but they appreciate the offer. Okay. So what's your guys' plan? Are you leaving Elias with them? Are you leaving the wagon there without the horses? Or would you like to bring the horses closer with you guys and bring your wagon?
I feel like we should put the horses away so they're not bait to a wandering dragon.
Yeah, but where do we want to leave the cart and Elias?
Yeah. You could leave.
Did we not want to leave Elias and Dizzy together?
No, Dizzy is in the necklace too, because Dizzy is just as much bait to the dragon as the horses are. Okay. Just louder bait and larger bait.
I will suggest to leave Elias with Alice and Henry.
Yeah. And
I think that'll be fine.
I think, and Elias can watch over the cart, I suppose.
No. Henry and Alice are obviously they can stay with the cart as well if they would like.
Yeah.
Can we try to like put the cart under a tree? Maybe try to hide it from above. Maybe put some sticks and shit on it in case there's a dragonfly.
Sure.
Overhead on that bitch.
You can.
You know.
Somebody can make a survival check with advantage because Theo will help you.
Someone with a good one, please.
That's not a bad idea.
I have a wisdom.
Guidance.
No, I don't. I don't.
I swear Monty has the best survival to be not.
I think Epsilon does.
Epsilon?
We're all shit at this.
Let me see.
I was saying,
maybe I do. That's fine.
Wait, what's the
Adeline has the wisdom. Ulysse doesn't have bad wisdom. Epsilon and Ulysse might have the training.
I don't have
show us your childhood, Adeline.
Clay in the mud.
I used to make tons of like little forts and stuff out of plants and whatnot. Sure, yeah, I'll try it.
Definitely more flower crowns, but
you know, Monty, it's the thought that counts. I will. Okay, and then I'll just start like druid crafting a bunch of like veggies.
With advantage, someone.
21, yeah.
And then
you have guidance.
Yeah, he's helping.
Yeah, Theo's helping. Yeah. 23, not bad. Yeah, between you and Theo, you guys managed to do a pretty solid aerial cover of bushes and shrubbery, and like downed branches and leaves and dirt that your covered wagon and their cart beneath this kind of like almost lean-to of like dying branches they've pulled down and then tied to cover the cart. Looks like it's a pretty good cover from anything not on like the ground level looking at it.
I use some like druid craft to like grow some flowers on the sides.
Okay, yeah. Some fun mundane flowers poke out.
While they do this, I'm going to whisper to Epsilon. We are fighting this dragon, right?
I don't see any reason why not to unless things get, hairy.
Right. So if I understand the plan correctly, and I think our party is on one side and the other party is on. So I can raise my voice a little louder for our party here. We're just gonna scout ahead for some reason, even though we already have information. And then we're gonna come back, and then we're gonna go back again and fight. Or how are we gonna do this?
So here's Jan's party's like three camp plan, right? There is like the non-combatant camp, which is going to be a day travel away from the town. Then everybody else is going to come up about a like a kilometer away, and then slowly approach to maybe 1,000 feet from the like the hamlet, so that you can like see it, but from a distance. And then the two are going to scout ahead, get their information, return, and then leave.
Okay, and then we're gonna fight.
What you guys want to do once you get there is up to you. That is their current plan.
I understand the plan, and
I would rather, kind of see it in person, get a more concrete feel, for the sort of battlefield and the enemy itself before we go just kind of diving in. But overall, the goal is to engage.
Okay.
Someone remind me, is Epsilon immune to poison?
Resistant.
Resistant, okay.
You resist the poison condition and resist poison damage, I believe.
Yeah, I'm immune to disease. That's the immunity.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Only he breathed smallpox.
Yeah, right. If only he was a disease dragon.
Yeah.
Those dang plague dragons wreaking havoc.
Don't doubt me. But yeah.
It'd be pretty nasty.
They are, yeah. Yeah. Real nasty boys. Okay. So, is that what you guys are down to do? You are leaving
so.
Elias the wagon. Animals are in the necklace. Parties advancing with Yun's forward group. Okay. Then you guys will travel on foot for wait, sorry. Yeah, you guys have one more night, then you can travel on foot, because you'll be about half a day of walking away from them at that point. I misspoke. You're half a day out. So you guys can continue now and get there like in the evening, or you can make camp now and go the next day and get there like the afternoon.
Either way, I hear downtime.
You won't be able to do downtime while you walk there. I'm sorry. It's very difficult to study the goblin language while walking through a marshy woods.
You're absolutely
Yeah.
right.
Yeah,
Are
you
we
can only do
taking
that because you're
the
just
carpet with
chilling
us?
in the wagon.
We could take the carpet, yeah. We probably should
Yeah.
take the carpet.
Yeah.
If you do, Jan would like to leave it a little further than like their base camp, because he would like to not bring large animals anywhere near the dragon.
The carpet?
Carpet.
Oh, I thought you said the cart. No, carpet. You can bring the carpet if you want.
I was like,
Yeah.
animal.
I thought you guys
Flying
meant the
car
wagon
head.
again.
Oh.
There's a flying carpet mimic the whole time.
Oh no.
Just biding its time.
I feel like I think we should take another day. Like, I feel like it'd be good to not have nightfall happening immediately when we get to this place.
Mm-hmm.
So that means I could
It's
go
not-
inside the garden, right?
Yes.
Yes.
And the rest of the party be like Jan be like, the what?
I shove the garden into Monty's hands and then just like go in.
Zane, again, jaw on the floor. Elias just like very smug. This is just matter of fact behavior, and he's not surprised at all by any of this, as everybody around you guys is in like utter shock that you have just bamfed away 3 massive creatures, and Edeline has entered a small, like, what looked like a trinket with a flower in it.
Cool.
Okay. Then you guys are resting for the rest of the day. Sounds good. What is Izzy doing in the meantime?
Is he?
Yes. Yeah. Bye.
Sorry.
Yes. All good.
Izzy's just gonna keep an eye on the dragon.
Okay. Sounds good. It seems like it's just sleeping. Okay. I'm just gonna pull characters out on this other
map real fast. You don't have to do anything with them. I just wanted to have them there. Because everybody's on this map anyway right now. So, the rest of your downtime activities for the evening. Camp and anything else you want to do?
Not down.
Anybody
down,
have any alchemy requests?
Do I have a list? We have a list, right? It's in craftable.
Yeah. Craftables is
wanna
everything
go
Epsilon
to,
can make.
The journal entries, reference, and then alchemical recipes. That's where you kind of see a full list of what I can make and then what it takes. The items are good for seeing what they do, but that's also listed in the recipe.
I don't think I have that journal. What?
Actually, they might not. I might have to change it.
I think Adeline would be right. I think HP pots would be useful. Or wait. Oh wait, we can't. We're not using busy, so growth won't matter.
Yeah.
I would do the usual.
Question to Mike,
Okay.
then, Greg. Do you potion of growth? So it does enlarge / reduce. Does it have to be drunken?
I believe it has to be consumed. Oops, that's the wrong one. Let me check it.
Is there any way I can make the dragon consume it?
Yeah, so when you drink the potion, well, you gain the enlarge effect of the enlarge reduce spell.
Oh yeah, you know what? I can't read. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, you don't want.
Yeah,
that.
why do I want to make the dragon bigger? Yeah, all right.
You don't want to do that. You don't want to do that.
I'm just going away.
Okay. So
I
Epsilon's
don't
gonna
have
make some
16
stuff.
hours to get a potion out, right? Like that doesn't seem like we have 16 hours to work with.
You probably have
make
more
whatever
like
you can.
10. I mean, you could make 16.
All right.
You could do that.
No, I don't want to hold it.
You can delay the departure tomorrow a bit.
I can do 2 regular potions, because that's they're 4 hours. So
Okay. And then any other activities while you guys are just waiting for the next rest of this day and evening before you depart?
Besides advantage? Nope. Not reading my book.
Okay. And gardening. Let me get you your gardening stuff, sis.
Woo!
Boop, boop, boop.
Oh, now you're gonna use your 3rd level spell slot. You could have used it earlier, so we could have figured out what that stupid ass Mirage Flower did. Make that dragon drink the Mirage Flower.
I didn't want to do that here, though.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Sorry.
Plant growth.
Yes.
You, over the course of your plant growthing and harvesting, get 42 gold pieces worth of lilacs. And here, I'll give you the number of these because that works out. 42 is the lilacs. And between both trees, you get 24 usable flowers, a total of 48 gold, but they're each worth 2. So if you adjust the things you have in there, it'll work out for the math wise. You can just adjust the count. And you now have 2 full wisteria trees that are chilling and emanating a nice calming aura when you get very close to them.
Nice. All right. So this much wisteria. And
How hard is it to throw the grenade in Dragon's Mouth?
It would be very difficult.
All right, well, that makes the shit, but
It is possible, but it is not easy. Okay. So rest of the evening activities, if we have nothing else, I will take our watches, please. And then Epsilon could do his potions post watches.
Oh, okay.
Let me roll my my super secret doom die. My doom die hovered on 20 for like the dragon coming 20
Mega Doom.
And then landed on 4.
Oh, so it's not.
No. Metagame, despite your perception checks, the dragon will not be assaulting your camp in the night. Half a day away.
Oh. As fun as that would be.
Yeah. There was a slim chance it happened that the dragon found you guys. But it did not. As your evening and your watches pass uneventfully, you can feel the tension in Jan's part of the camp. And Henry has been on edge the whole time as well. But Epsilon, you can give me your alchemy stuffs. You have advantage and guidances because your team works together. And I really need to make some tier above Mastercraft for Epsilon at some point.
You gotta make God tier.
Yeah. Well, some of them have like really low DCs, right? And those ones I'm like, yeah, there should be an upper bar for this. Some of them have like really high DCs. You are
a DM inspiration, that one.
Yeah.
And that one I assume about.
Can you not fuck me right now?
Yep.
Can I give him my DM inspiration?
We're gonna luck it up.
No.
Yeah, can I give him mine too? Shit.
He has luck. It's fine.
He has 3 luck points he has not used today, and you guys are sleeping. Epsilon can dump it all in this.
Can I inspire him while I'm asleep? Damn.
All right.
Like, can I come to him in a dream?
So that's 2
He
healing
doesn't dream,
potions I
sorry.
can distribute however people want. Or can just add it to the party loot, whatever. And then I'm gonna take 50 GP lilacs from the party loot as well.
There you go.
Put
Okay.
more lilacs into the party loot as well. Because I mean, like, not like Adeline needs them on her person.
Mm-hmm. That is fair. Why aren't you guys? There we go. Like, why are they appearing here?
You said you did, or you need someone to
Do what?
I'll do it.
put,
I got
put
it.
lilacs in there? Okay.
Oh, I could. Yeah. Okay. So
I took out the
have,
50. So.
I have 71 GP worth of lilacs. You can just put like 70, and I'll keep one.
Sure.
There we go. Okay. Then, with that, your guys' rest is uneventful as you prepare to encounter a dragon. With part of Yon's party, maybe kind of, they would really very much not like to fight the dragon, but they're going there near it with you, so we'll see how that
Really
goes.
just Og just wants
On
to
the
fight.
next episode of Dragon Ball Z, because that's where we're going to wrap it up. Here's your experience for the night. Sorry, I wanted to I was watching the time, I'm like,
Sorry.
yes. As I was like, I wanted at this point, after where we were when we took the break, I'm like, there is no way I can let them fight the dragon this session. And I was like, I want to get them as close as I can. Because I was like, the only way we were fighting this dragon is that you guys like zoomed through Jan's party, and we're like, we don't care what you have to say. We're going to a dragon, bitches. Which I put as a real possibility. I shouldn't have made them so likable.
You gave one of them anxiety, which was too relatable, Mike.
Well,
And Og is just Og.
Yeah.
Yep. Can't not like Og.
You love a guy who's down for anything.
Og just wants to hit shit, dude.
Yeah.
Is Og a barbarian or is he a ranger? Or is he a fighter?
Og is technically a fighter.
Got it.
Yes. After spending some time with them, they are rogue, fighter, ranger, cleric, wizard.
They needed 2 fighters. They couldn't get a barbarian, bitch. Come on.
Yeah.
Also,
So
next
they
time
got Augie.
I'm too sleepy for me to remember to do this, but remind me next time if I use any of my inspirations for the day to use them all in Epsilon.
There you go.
Because you just rolled a bunch, and I was like, oh, I could have inspired every single one of those rolls. That would have been pretty good. But I'm just sitting here, just like about to fall asleep.
Yep, I feel. That's something. I know we have the hard 11, and I like to wrap up 10 if I can. But yeah, as much as I would have loved to get the really cool and definitely not over designed dragon out today.
We got to taste it. Sets up cool next episode.
You gotta see it. Yeah. Well, kind of. Izzy got to see it, and you guys got to look at the map. So
we can solve the token.
I mean, I'm glad it isn't a red dragon. I was pretty worried if we were going to be fighting a red dragon. I'm slightly more confident now that I see it's a green dragon, but...
Poison is not
Why
fun,
do you say
though.
that?
I was going to say, I also don't like that it's a green dragon.
Yeah.
What kind of dragon would you have liked?
I mean, yeah, you're right. It's like...
That's the thing, though. Like, none of them are good, but like, if I got to pick between green and red, I'm going to pick green.
What about black?
Black? I don't know. It sort of depends on if Mike's fucked with the breath weapon. You know, that's sort of...
Mike is fucked with literally everything.
Okay.
This is not...
Because the thing is, like, you know, the cone breath weapon is a lot worse than the line breath weapon.
Yes.
Yes. So normally I'd say, like, something like a blue or black is not as bad as, like, a green or red.
Yes.
But, you know, you could fuck with that anyways, so, like, it doesn't really matter.
I would go into this dragon and... put everything you know about D&D dragons on the side with a grain of salt, because I've heavily changed this thing. I will tell you, its breath weapon is a recharge attack, which means it can't do it again until it has recharged. So there's a chance it gets one off.
Okay, so that's
like
the same.
So like I've kept that. He's got claws and he bites. But
quick question. Let me know.
Everything else has really changed. Mm-hmm.
Is he mountable, or does he have destructive parts? That's 2 questions. Yeah, I try to get that as well.
Yes.
All right, cool.
I got you, John.
I had thought pretty far ahead with some of this, and then was teasing Eric with some of the other, going, whoa, shit, I need to think the rest of that through earlier. And I did. I have mechanics for all of it.
John, we are going to shred this beast up.
Hey, Mike, close your ears real quick. Close your eyes. Close your ears. Don't listen to this. All right. So, but what if by us attacking the dragon and getting it low, forcing it to flee, that actually lets the cult corner it, tame it, and then use it to its advantage?
I mean, it really depends on if it has like legendary resistances or something. Because what I'm sort of planning on doing is just like saving all of my spell slots to just command it to land. That's essentially what I'm thinking about here.
I was gonna suggest that John and I keep splashing on the wings so it can't fly.
Okay.
Yeah, I have stuff to put you guys on its
Can I put my headset back on now?
No.
Did Edeline prepare Earthbind? Remember to prepare Earthbind.
No, you can just watch the stream later, guys, right?
Yeah, he can.
Yeah.
Just adding, I don't like legendary actions and resistances. I use crazy big boss stuff, if you remember. So there's like break bars for cleanses and reactions to things that you guys probably fail.
Also, I have a suggestion in addition to you having command, so that might come in handy. I don't know if you can suggest a dragon, though.
I just thought about that, and then I wanted to share it, but I didn't want to tell Mike.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
I guess we'll just
I'm worried,
chat.
so thank you.
No, it's fine. It'll be great. It'll be great. We're gonna fuck this dragon up.
Yeah.
And if push comes to shove, I'll just kill myself.
No.
Okay.
I have something that has they're portals, so you guys could go on to the dragon's back. I don't know if you guys are gonna want to be on the dragon's back.
We do. John and I will.
I would like to be as close as possible to him.
Okay, well that's the plan. And then I also have Earth is fine, but it's a strength save, so who knows how good that's
fine.
gonna go.
We'll be fine. We're gonna fuck this dragon up easy.
Yay, I can come back.
All right.
But yeah, I don't like legendary actions and resistances as a whole. I mean, I hate legendary resistances heavily because it just encourages you to hoard everything until they're all done, and it's like that's not fun. I don't feel like you have a agency when there's legendary resistances on the table as a caster who can debuff. You've got to like, oh, oops, here's my level 1 command. Oh, you resisted it? Oh, golly gee. Right? Like that's just what you do. So no. It has stages to it. Where it'll cleanse effects when it breaks the stages.
Multiple health bars.
Yes. So your things will be effective for at least some duration, hopefully. Trying to think anything else about like dragons that you should really not plan, like meta should not anticipate to like plan around.
Can we seduce it?
We got a bard.
You do have a bard.
But
probably not
Is it
because
a legitimate possibility.
it doesn't understand you, so probably not.
Okay.
Yeah, it's more bestial, right? So,
yeah, it is more like a beast. It is not a beast. It is a dragon.
What if we grow Monty and then we somehow polymorph him into a dragon and he, does the thing?
Okay, you'd have to shape change, which is a much higher level.
Then I wouldn't have my charisma anymore because I'd be a dragon.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah. My plans are all shit. Next plan.
Next. Keep them coming. Keep them coming.
Because it is not a D&D dragon.
Not quality.
It is not. It's more intelligent than Dizzy, less intelligent than you guys. It is. It doesn't speak. Do not expect it to speak to you. It will not offer things to you. It is a monster that hoards. It's not a beast.
Okay.
Calamir can speak to woodland animals and wolves and Dizzy. Calamir can't talk to a chimera, or anything that's not a beast category. It is a dragon.
All right. So what about Wisteria bomb in its mouth? Put it to sleep.
We don't have.
You have no current capacity to make a bomb that disperses flour.
I also feel like a green dragon might be resistant or immune to like poison or shit like that. Where it's like
why would the poison dragon be resistant or immune to poison? What?
That's the idea.
It's magical. It's magical.
Because it definitely might come in handy versus humanoids.
It doesn't. That usually doesn't matter.
That's dumb.
We're gonna put some humans to sleep.
Okay, we got this. We can do it.
Yeah. Oh, don't get me wrong. I don't build things you guys can't do. I will say it's a dragon and it's not going to be easy. On that note, it's not stupid and it's not going to stand there and just let you kill it.
There's always the Hobbit method. Distract it, and then somebody go for the loot and just take as much as you can and fucking dip.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but we're not bitches.
Something tells me that
still the dragon problem.
Followed.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Then it's gonna try to kill us.
Wouldn't be the first thing to hunt.
See, when you said the Hobbit method, I thought you just meant just shoot it once in the heart and kill it. But
that
would
be
nice. That's
above
the
me.
bard's the bowman
yeah.
method.
We got a bard, but he's not a bowman.
Yeah.
And I was like, I kind of like, I'm ready for that kind of chaos, but I'm not.
I mean, we do have
a sharp
Eric with we do have Vincent with the 5% instant KO.
This is true.
Like I said, push come to shove, I kill myself. 5% to kill myself, 5% to kill the dragon. I take the 5%. It's fine.
Oh, jeez.
Blood for the blood god. Let's go.
Blood for the blood god.
I'm willing to take a chance if I get hit and like I have 3 HP or some shit. I'm at a capacity at 1% HP versus 100% HP. It's all the same.
We do have a lot of heals, though.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I'm not worried. Blow myself up, you can heal me back up. And then I'm going to do it again.
I mean, I would prefer you don't blow yourself up, But
Don't get me wrong, I prefer not to blow myself up either, but there's still 5% chance that I do blow myself up. So it is what it is.
we'll see how it
Yep.
goes. I wish we were level 7, but you know.
I wish we were level 8. Like,
Why stop at 8?
I want to
20.
get my spells.
Level
8 is-
20.
I mean,
That's
I would love
one of
level
his
20.
big break points he wants.
I mean, I want level 8 so I can get a fucking griffin.
I want level 8 so I can get level 9.
That's fair. That's fair. But yeah, no.
Real quick, mechanics thing for crafting.
Yes.
I know I roll for my potions the next morning in case anything happens during the night that would mess with that. But power gaming wise, if I use
You can roll
luck,
beforehand, yes. Yeah.
Does it reset? Like, how does that work long rest wise? I didn't want to. I
You
figured address that
can-
now before it's like.
I believe you should probably make the roll at the beginning of the process, and then that will just tell you how this is how the outcome goes if you complete it. I am okay with that and letting you power game your luck points at the end of the day so you get them back in the next day, before you long rest.
Yeah, that's what I feel like. I am power gaming by planning my crafting at the end of the day, but with how long some of it takes, that's what I don't want to like tread into the water of.
We can roll at the beginning, and then it will just be, you've wasted your luck if you're interrupted and unable to complete your crafting. Versus the hold it for the next morning thing, which I guess you'd still be incomplete and you still get your luck back in the next morning. So you're probably fine anyway. It's at worst you have a fight in the evening when you're down 1 luck point.
Yeah, that is fair, I guess. Because if we do get ambushed and then it comes down to needing luck, it's better to have that mechanically worked out ahead of time rather than going, but I actually should have,
Yeah.
I want
and
to
then crying
see the
about it.
person who decides to ambush Epsilon. I want to meet that person.
It's a dragon when you take its treasure.
We'll fuck it up nonetheless. I'm afraid of nothing.
You should be afraid of things that can fly, and can hit you from
Not
60
anymore.
feet away.
Not anymore.
Yeah, well,
Yeah. Anyone's gonna need to hide.
interesting.
Me?
Yeah.
Why?
Because
You have the high priority concentration spells.
That can earthbind this thing, right?
I potentially it has a plus something to strength.
It is a very strong creature.
Well, it's a strength.
It's a strength save.
Okay, maybe I try and command it more then.
So we tried this fight yesterday.
I'm assuming its wisdom
Yeah.
is not great.
So I'm just like, worst comes to worst, I bamf you guys onto the dragon because I don't know if I can keep it down.
And he can remake checks, right?
Depends on the spells.
Pretty sure Earthbind,
And-
yeah.
I mean, and Hex is an option. Is it Hex? I don't know.
Yeah,
Mhm.
but it's a saving throw, right?
Which one?
Hex only targets ability checks.
Hex only targets ability checks, yes.
Dang.
So it'd be great if you were trying to grapple fight it. You could hex strength. And then the athletics checks would be a disadvantage for it. That may not matter due to its size, but yes.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh.
we don't have any enlarged, right? Like, that's not going to be available.
I mean,
You have a potion of growth, I think.
You have the one potion.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's size class huge, you can grapple one size up. So if
Yep.
someone more enlarged, they could attempt to grapple it.
Mhm.
Never mind,
Epsilon goes
Earthbind-
kaiju battle with the dragon.
King Kong versus Godzilla.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm waiting for Epsilon to suplex the dragon.
I'll just judo toss it. That just use its
Yeah.
its weight against it.
Okay, I'll have to go make a bunch of tokens for destructible terrain for you to throw a dragon through a building.
or for a dragon to throw you through a building. I don't know. It depends how the dice go.
Okay, I have to know though. Is daunting or base because of how fucked up it is? Was that the plan?
I mean, not real. I mean, you can make it your base if you really want. You have to talk to Henry.
Oh,
It's
so
kind
okay,
of
it
his.
wasn't your plan. Got it. Okay.
I made multiple plans. There are many places that I have made that are potential bases that you guys could take up. Like you could have tried to take Fort Sander.
It would have sucked.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a great
In the middle
base.
of the wastes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think it's great for your party. I think there are other parties that could use that more, that may be more militaristic in mind. And make it like a proper like keep in Fort Sander. You could have tried to do stuff in Doka and try to set up an establishment trying to play on a connection with the Loose Fine family and like build some rapport there. I mean, you could try to get a patron basically in any city. You're gonna have a much harder time in Fortuna now that Lord Francis hates your guts. But
yeah, let's go to Starport. Starport sounds cool.
You could try to get a patron anywhere and try to work your way into an establishment in any city.
I'm just hoping that it's not like, like the San Francisco where just everything is fucking expensive, because it's sort of like the tech capital.
So probably not, because it's yes, but no. It's like the only place you can buy some of these things. So it's like, they kind of get to set their price for a lot of the magic items, like the craftsman. Potions have a like governmentally mandated price that they're not allowed to exceed in sale. The same with rubies and diamonds. There are a handful of other like controlled things that they can't, it is illegal to jack the price on them for tons of reasons. Mostly because some of the economy would just collapse if they did. Also because they need to regulate things. So a lot of it is based around your values of gold, gems, consumable magic items to an extent. Now, buying a sword, like a normal sword, probably going to be about the same price. You might not even actually be able to get it cheaper because people are not going to Starport to buy a short sword. They're going to buy a short sword of gleaming that never dulls, rusts, or like stains in any way. Or they're getting some kind of cool enchantment.
One-handed or two-handed? Two-handed? Oh, okay.
Two-handed, heavy, reach, double end, I believe.
Until he gets another pair of pants.
Yeah, and it is a finesse weapon if you have training with it.
Yep.
I wasn't as interested in using it as more just thinking about like, well, if Epsilon's grappling, can he attack with his Logitech? The answer is probably no.
No.
But he has an echo. He could grapple and the echo could attack. No.
Yep. I can attack through my echo.
Yep.
Okay. That'll work.
Mm-hmm.
We should do that.
Epsilon has the dragon in a headlock as Echelon is just on its head, just wailing away.
I mean, go for the wings until it can't fight back, and then then we're golden. Okay, so first step next time, inspire Epsilon.
Yeah, it is legit. Now that I think about it, like it's gonna be a straight kick kaiju battle because it's like no concentration. It lasts for.
I was putting this shit together, and I was talking to Eric, and I'm like, oh my god, the more I work at this thing, the more I realize like Epsilon is like your best hope of fighting this thing. Like Epsilon is made to fight these things. Especially this one, because I'd picked Green Dragon a long time ago for this. And I was like, oh, Epsilon's just resistant to poison.
I mean,
it's gonna breathe on him. Epsilon might take the save.
Because the antitoxin gives advantage on poison, right?
I believe so, yeah. Let me check.
Okay. So I gotta pick who gets that.
Yeah, there's 2 in the party loot, and I have one on me that I'm using to research, but I can give it up if need be.
Yeah, I'm more worried about Monty and Calamira because if Vincent and Epsilon are like on the dragon, and I was thinking about having Edeline fly, you guys are going to be the only ones on.
You can't take cover from the breath weapon, right? Like it doesn't work like that. Like I can't like be on like around the corner from like a wall and not get hit by it. Right?
Not for this weapon.
Okay.
You would be aware a green dragon breathes poison gas.
Yeah.
If it were like
maybe I don't use my guns
acid
this
maybe.
fight. Maybe I stay back and I shoot it with the crossbow. I don't know.
You just got them.
What? Why don't you just come when it's back with us and shoot its asshole?
I could. I mean, I'm thinking that it's either I got to be really close or I got to be far away. You know, I think close would be better because.
Right, what better to be even closer than its back? It can't attack you.
Well,
yes,
it'll just slap me with its tail. But yeah,
you would know by looking at that thing, it could reach you on its back with its head. It's not like the scorpion where its head is like attached to its carapace in the front of its body. This thing has a long neck and a long tail.
I'll take a chance.
Also can fly. And may just go, oh, things are on me. Let's do a barrel roll.
We get advantage on that thing, right? We're on top
absolutely not.
But here's the thing, though,
on top of
heavy
it, maybe. Yeah.
Is an enlarged epsilon? Because I'm gonna imagine epsilon's got to weigh a lot.
Epsilon does weigh a lot. Yes. Yeah.
And a large epsilon's gonna weigh 8 times that.
How thick are you, Epsilon?
$120. I weigh like 200 something.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's way less than I thought.
Yeah, no, I am small.
He's a super light alloy.
Okay.
But I am
titanium.
Heavy. You know, I do weigh 200 some odd pounds.
I mean, 200 times 8. Right?
He's made out of what you build spaceships out of. That's what he is. He's just
278.
278 times 8.
Yeah, times 8. So that's pretty. I mean, that's like a couple thousand pounds that dragon's got to lift if Epsilon's on top of him.
2,200. Yep. Do you think it can bench press 2,200 or squat? I guess.
I know the answer.
Yeah, we don't.
No.
Anyway, guys, I'm real tired, so I'm gonna go to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks to the game, Mike. It was fun.
Of course.
Glad it's not a red dragon. I was pretty scared it was going to be a red dragon, but I'm sure it'll still be terrifying.
Nope. I hope so.
2 weeks from now?
Yes, on the 14th, as of right now, you will be fighting the green dragon.
14? Oh, wait, yeah, next month.
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
I mean, let me know if things come up. We can move stuff, but yeah.
Good night, everybody.
Yeah.
Good night.
Dragon. I'm gonna head out too, although now it's thunderstorming, so I have to wait for that to finish anyway. Be able to take my dog out, but you know.
Gross.
Yeah, it's great. Yep. It started like 20 minutes ago, so anyway. Night, guys.
I am.
Good night. Dragon.
I don't have work tonight, so.
Oh, nice.
I mean, congrats, but why not?
Well, actually, the program I work for is ending, so a lot of the girls are getting transferred out. Oh wait, I probably shouldn't talk. Never mind.
We didn't hear anything. We can do. I don't think we can speak that.
You're under NDA.
I mean, I just feel like I'm not supposed to talk about this online.
Oh yeah, I forgot that's a thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Chase, I did see the message. I would want it, but I'm pretty sure they closed now, so probably not.
Oh. But yes, so I don't have work.
But yes.
Indefinitely.
Nice. Well, hi, Soccer Jay.
More time to plan for
because
your
it's a
DM
Wednesday.
Session.
Oh yeah.
So Sam, all you gotta do is you gotta aim for that that weekend where we're definitely not playing. Because I think Alex and Emma are on vacation. Who are you sending this to?
That means they won't play.
Oh, thank you.
Well, yeah, then there's less people. Oh, there you go. It just because I am an owner of every token, it always pops up and it's like, Vincent is sending you this item. I'm like, no, he's not. Unless it's like Elias, and then sure he is, but Elias doesn't do weapons well. Just gonna put that one out there.
I don't know.
It's not true.
I was kind of thinking about that Inception thing that we were talking about. I feel like that would be kind of fun. That way, if anything weird happens in the world, I could be like, no, it's okay. It's a different universe. It's fine. You guys don't
all
know
a dream. All a dream. Nothing matters.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Can't escape. It's a never.
Eventually it'll happen. I just don't know when.
And I have to be present for it, all right? None of this bullshit.
What do you mean?
No, see, I've waited with everybody else. I'm not exempt.
I guess. Well, that means you can't plan it for the weekend that Em and Alex are gone.
Well, I don't mind them. They can fight their own battles, but
yeah,
I'm talking about me.
Damn. All right, I will make sure to do it during a time when at least you are there, John.
Appreciate you.
There you go. But yeah, I'm mildly disappointed we didn't get to play with the dragon today, but
we did a lot of like.
I'm kind of glad because then I don't feel like I have to fit the dragon into the end of the session.
Right? Like I was like looking
That's
at
what
the
I was
time,
concerned about.
I'm just like, I don't know.
Especially
when we were getting to break time, and I'm just like,
No, it's okay. It's okay. We made like 3 days of progress. You guys did a bunch of information gathering, prepping, met these people, and are now poised to go on the dragon adventure.
If we kill the dragon, will we get to level 7?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
I talked to him about that. He said we have to get another 4,000 or so EXP.
That's what I'm like. I think you guys are around like 5.
Yeah.
I
mean, like 43.
Yeah. The dragon's going to be a lot of experience if you kill it. Don't get me wrong.
Okay.
But it's not 5K a person experience.
I mean, each house that we clear and loot is like at least 500 experience each, and like the dragon horde itself,
150.
You know, that's kind of experience.
Dragon
in
horde
itself,
is a separate reward.
Yeah.
Also, yeah, it's.
I'm actually really surprised. So the dragon horde is a lootable object right now that Izzy could have walked up to and looked at what was inside.
Damn it.
And maybe died.
Well, the dragon wasn't there yet.
I mean, Izzy could just bring it. I mean, Calamari could just bring Izzy back anyway.
I mean, yeah, then I guess we could hobbit.
Believe she's out of resources for that at the moment.
Really? Oh, does it?
Yeah, when I read it her sheet, she doesn't have any. Yeah, it's she has to find familiar spell it.
Oh, right. Okay.
I thought you meant like Bamford back, so if she could take like 5 gold at a time, we just stay there for a week. Eventually,
just pick away. Yeah.
There are other shiny objects in there.
I'm kind of glad that we're getting the Dragon Horde, especially if we're going to Starport, because there's lots of magic items there.
He knows what he did.
Yep.
He knows what he fucking did.
Oh, I absolutely know what I did.
This is why I'm committed to fighting the dragon, because I'm like, I would love some pocket change.
I put a big old pile of gold in front of you and told you, if you kill the dragon, it's yours. You don't have to kill the dragon, but if you don't kill the dragon, you're not getting the gold. So,
I mean, I was planning on, I need to fight this thing nonetheless.
Got us with the carrot.
I gotta figure out my power spike.
I know there's at least 2 people who are going, dragon fight? Hells yeah. And at least 2 people going, dragon fight? Oh God, what do I do?
Me?
Yep.
You say it's me.
Yep.
Okay.
The same thing you always do. Buff and stay alive. That is what you need to do.
I'll try my best, but geez.
You'll be fine. You're doing great. You can't possibly miss.
Kaiju in his face. You know, as long as I don't go down, we're good.
We're gonna growth potion Epsilon. Then I like this plan.
The new spells are really gonna help though. So looking at those.
I'm very much hoping that Patch Without a Trace will last before we attack, so I can get that 6th surprise attack off. It lasts an hour. Tell me it ain't so. Like,
I think it lasts an hour. It's quite possible.
I also have pass without a trace, but since we want to have the other
Yeah, we
guys-
want to make the schmucks we're leaving use their spell slots, and you might need it for other things.
Yeah.
Who's the guy with Splint? Can he come with us? Can I use him as a body shield?
No, he stayed back. That's that's Jason.
I need to be able to lead his corpse.
Oh my god.
I would also point out, assuming he did die in the fight with the dragon, and then you guys survived, their party would not let you loot his corpse for your own pleasure.
I would take the Vincent route of, well, you'd have to catch me first, or like, I gotta find out about it,
Yeah, the dragon ate him. What do you mean? I didn't see nothing.
Like, Vincent, I like that splint over there. I'll go talk to them. Okay?
I got you.
Presto, change it.
Nudge.
Is there anything that you guys really want, like, magic item-wise, in Starport?
Yes, there's many things that Greg knows all of. He knows my shopping list, and I just need time. I need to progress.
I can just put things in front of you that I know you would want to.
There's enchanted armor that is pretty good, but it costs a fucking chunk of change. And then obviously there's just random magic items that I'm sure would be good for any one of us.
Yep.
I have to craft the magic item right now, so I need some.
You have to pay somebody to craft a magic item for you.
I mean, yeah,
you really should not do that.
What's the story about that?
Multiple things. Well, okay. For one, it's a Power Ranger object, so I'm gonna get morph sequence. So that's a big thing for me. I needed that in my life, and he finally gave me captain like that.
So, what you said? You just like go into like a suit of lightning or something like that?
Eventually. Right now, it's not.
Is that the token I saw,
yet.
Mike?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
I was like, hey.
Originally, it was just an Ion Stone that Mike was planning on giving me with a Dank +2 dex, but he upgraded it to something so much better, and I'm eternally grateful.
You had other requests, I'm like, that could be done. I'm like, I'm down. Yeah. It's going to be real expensive to get to the final form that you want, but that's because custom magic items from like artisan craftsmen are stupid expensive. But at the same time, as D&D games progress, you tend to amass a metric butt ton of gold, and having things to use it on is really nice.
Well, there are two magic items from Starport that I need to craft. One, which is the lightning hidden blade, and customize the gem into a brace as a item, and not just a gem.
Damn. And I'm just over here wanting a bag to preserve my flowers.
I mean, that's part of the list now, because since I found out that they're essentially mini magic items, so it's kind of new. It's like a new mini game for me.
Yeah, they are consumable, like magic items, more or less.
Some of
some more than others.
I will eat it.
Yeah.
I do feel like Epsilon, Vincent, and Edeline are just making like a black market of just like random shit that we come up with and make. And by we, I mean Edeline supplies it, Vincent comes up with crazy ideas, and then Epsilon tries to make it work.
Yep.
That's a team right there.
Yep. Yeah.
I mean,
that's what I have.
I'm taking the risk just by consuming these items, nonetheless. But I want to know.
Vincent is also the guinea pig.
I need to know what these items do. Like, this is a burning desire in my heart to know what these items do.
I have a couple other.
Idea guy too.
Yeah.
This is actually my thing, because Vincent probably would not give a shit, but I very much would like to know.
What, you're telling me Vincent wouldn't put every magic flower he came across in his mouth to see what happened?
No, Eric would know.
Yeah. Oh, don't worry. I have plans. I have plans for things. I have plans for all the things. I have more alchemical recipes planned. I plan to make something past Mastercraft, but I haven't settled on how I want to do that yet, because that gets really dangerous. Because there's a fixed price for what would be Epsilon would consider Mastercraft potions of healing, right? That is a potion of healing is the Mastercraft form. He can make discount ones. For all of these, Epsilon requires half the amount of gold that the final product at Mastercraft is sold on the market for. I realize that is how they calculated all of their material needs, right? So Epsilon could make something way cheaper, like he can make a cheaper, worse version of a like healing potion, or he can make a full healing potion for half the price. Epsilon rarely fails. I don't think he's ever failed a Mastercraft healing potion. The DC is not very high on them. Some of the other ones that are like...
It's just a standard healing potion, right?
Yes. So Mastercraft is standard all the things. Like a Mastercraft potion of invisibility is just a potion of invisibility. He could make discount potion of invisibilities at like lesser things without applying as much effort or luck or whatever he's doing, right? If he doesn't succeed, and it's still probably useful. I mean, like, at least it would be useful in combat, right? Like, you don't need an hour of invisibility for 1 minute of combat. If that's what you're using your invisibility for. But, as we approach closer and closer to Epsilon's ability to break a 30 on an alchemy check, I mean, he can do it now. He just needs to, like, max inspiration and guidance and get a nat 20. Well, actually, if he gets a nat 20, you, like, need average on those things. You can do it. And I'm like, wow, you doubled the DC required to make this thing. I feel like you should make something better. Which I can do. My next question at that point is, like, why don't the other alchemists in the world then sell those products? Because I'm like, there's no way that Epsilon is the best alchemist in the world. He's good, but
of course he is.
So I'm like, oh, I just want to think through if Epsilon can make a potion that's better than a potion of healing, but not a potion of greater healing. You should be able to buy those somewhere, and then all this other stuff kind of like tumbles out. I mean, kind of, but
is there a black market?
Oh,
yeah,
there's
you're
always
looking at her. Look in the mirror.
There's always a black market. Just like there are always were-rats in a city, there's always a black market. There's always a thieves guild. There's always a black market. Just a state of
I feel like partially it comes down to balance. Because not all the potions are the same. You know, some of them are, you know, a 4-hour sparse thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, some of them are 16-hour, you know, what have yous. But, you know, it kind of begs the question, like, okay, so, like you mentioned, it's already accounting for reduced price. You could make just a flat item, and then especially when you talk about like potions of healing. Well, if you're making above a masterwork, well, then at that point, are you just making the next level of, you know, potion of healing? Well, that doesn't really make sense because like a cost ratio and a work ratio doesn't make sense balance wise. So it's like the only thing I can make sense that would, or I think that would make sense would be to the material cost is the only thing that hasn't really been touched on.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's like, because when I was looking at it before, I was thinking about this, right? A moderate potion of healing is a minor potion of greater healing. Right, so like they already overlap kind of. So like I could just make a better than masterwork. It could just be better. The trick is, right, a masterwork potion of healing is better than a minor of greater, but worse than a moderate. So like, I mean, I could just keep stepping it up, which is kind of my thought on potions of healing, at least, because I think if I can be happy with how a potion of healing can scale, I can work with other things. It's just like you were saying, if you can reliably produce I don't know, like a 2d4 plus 2 potion, right? Like I don't even know what I would call it. Expert potion of healing. Like right? Because it's beyond a masterwork at that point. I don't even know what I call it. At what point is it more cost effective and time effective for you to produce 4 of those versus greater healings? Which, I mean, I think that's still, you're still 2d4 less than a masterwork portion of greater healing, so it might still balance out. Not that I'm like really super concerned about that. You guys have so much healing in your party. Potions of healing are your emergency like first aid kits at this point. Right, because Adeline and Calamir can dump out stupid amounts of healing if they want. I mean, Calamir has like 6d6 that she can do up to 4 at a time to somebody as a bonus action at will every day. She can spread them out, and she can do it at like 60 feet or something. Monty can take Healing Word. He doesn't usually prep Healing Word because the other 2 can do so much. Adeline has all of the healing spells and Chalice Mode, which lets her add extra healing when she heals. So, like, I'm not particularly concerned about the Potion of Healing being game-breaking, at least in a healing respect, right? I was thinking, like, if you can spend 25 gold pieces and in 4 hours turn 25 gold pieces into 75 gold pieces of value, again, not that I think you guys are going to turn the entire game into Epsilon, Adeline, and Vincent in a city for a week until they have 9k gold pieces to go and do something else, because I don't think you guys would have fun doing that on a large scale. We would have to do a lot of fast forward hand waving, and I would be very tempted to disrupt that with an inciting event.
Oh, we're by the end of this, it's going to be a whole production line. We're going to farm build this shit out. We're going to have teleportation circles
Factorio in this bitch.
Deliver it to us on the go kind of thing, and get shipments out on the field. Whole system. We're going to power game your system into the ground.
I'm looking at Power Ranger things. Don't worry about it.
Okay. I have a question, Mike.
Yeah.
So there's this spell, one of the spells that was made called Entomb in Crystal or something like that. Entomb in whatever.
Yes.
And I was wondering, could I use that on the dragon?
Yes.
Okay, cool. That's all I wanted to know. It says any creature, but
for anybody who wants to see the spells that I've made or added to this game, which like includes elemental evil things that people have on their spell lists, if you go to the compendiums and you go to the items section, there's an additional spells compendium that you can see all the things that I added. Entomb in Crystal, for instance, is she can, as an action, entomb a creature she can see within range in crystal. Non-willing have to pass a saving throw. Willing can just take it. And it gives them 40 temp HP plus some if she casts at a higher level. And they are immune to all damage until that is broken. They are stunned and incapacitated. Sorry, they are correct word. Incapacitated until that temp HP is broken. She drops concentration or a minute passes.
It'd really just be like if there's an emergency and we need the battle to stop for any reason, I can just like try to freeze the dragon if we want to heal up for a minute and then resume.
Yep.
Also not a bad thing if it's trying to make its exit, we can lock it down.
Yeah.
Position ourselves a little better. Kind of make sure it doesn't get away.
Yep. Sure. I could also use it on like an ally if they get into a bind and they need to not die immediately.
Yeah. There's the caveat ability to it that she can use it as a reaction on only a willing target when they take damage, and like make a temporary a shield for it, and then entomb them in crystal, that will take the damage of the attack for them, and then they're stuck there until she drops it. But which again incapacitates. So all concentration effects will end on any target who is entombed in crystal. So like, if Monty is concentrating on something and you entomb him, he will drop his concentration.
Yeah. So that's
Things in the air will also fall. Yes.
Yeah. Just wanted to know, because dragon's pretty big creature.
It is.
But
It is.
there's
There's no limit on the size of this right now. Yep. It may be a thing to consider in the future, but right now, no, you can do it.
Cool.
That won't bite me in the butt at all.
Nope. You guys
It's okay.
I know.
You guys need everything you can have to fight this thing.
I know Epsilon has a way you can switch between you and your echo, right? Is that within a certain range?
Yes.
Ah, shit. Okay.
Well, no.
If
I have to be within a certain range of him when I end my turn, and it costs me a flat amount of movement to swap with him. So like there are certain requirements or stipulations, but I can within my turn be any amount of distance away from him.
Okay, well, because I was just wondering, because if you guys are on the dragon, how are you guys? If you guys get flung off, what are you guys gonna do?
Nothing.
I'm going to Nightcrawler my way to the ground.
I'm gonna float
So
harmlessly, right, Greg?
Warning. You will have at best a reaction before you plummet 500 feet in a round. So depending on the height of this dragon when you are knocked off.
Whoa, I'm falling 500 feet in 6 seconds?
Yeah, that is terminal velocity. That is like your max fall on a round.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yep. So like if you are
I'll be
thousands of feet in the air, right, and you're flying and you're doing some like aerial battle, and you get knocked prone, you fall 500 feet before your next turn. So you would still have time to recover in the air if you are high enough and could fly for some reason. But if you are lower than 500 feet, you are hitting the ground very hard and very fast at like a plus 100 plus altitude. But what you're saying, Eric?
I'll be fine. Right, Greg?
You have the least health of everybody in this party.
Yeah, no, not worried about that part, the falling part, because I'll be fine, right, Greg? I'll be able to float down. Right?
If you are already in that form, I told you I'm not so sure about that. Because I was like, well, wild shape can't shift as a reaction, so I don't think the first stage of your thing can shift as a reaction.
All right, I'll deal with them.
It technically uses the item interaction action to activate in the first place. So if you were high enough, you could do the whole shift in midair if you were high enough up, but
I just realized if there's a gate on its back, they can just go through the gate and then go.
You can't move as a reaction.
Oh, right.
It requires 10 feet of movement to enter the gate. And you have to move into it. So it would be great to get on and off.
Right? What if they just get
will.
on? Yeah, they just get on, they attack it, and they go through the gate again, and then go back in.
They could certainly hit and run like that.
Sounds like that's gonna be my plan. God damn it.
Until the dragon decides to try to get that thing off of its back that has grown there.
Yeah.
Because the gates can be destroyed.
Yeah.
They last for 10 minutes or until destroyed.
But then
again, this spell can be found in the additional spells section. If you can't see that, let me know. You should be able to see it.
And then that way it has to destroy 2 things.
Its back is 2 gates on its back is probably pushing the amount of space you have.
What if I do?
Because a gate is a 5-foot diameter. You cannot fit it on its head.
Damn it!
Its head is not 5-foot diameter.
Yeah, I realized. Probably not, huh?
It's close, but you're not going to have like a surface that's 5 feet in diameter to use there.
I'll figure it out. I
A
have
big ass
multiple
head.
Spells.
Yeah.
I can just recast it.
Yeah. But you have to see the point that you want to do it at. So, like, if it's in the
that's
air,
the thing.
you can't do it on its back anymore.
Well, I'll be flying too, hopefully.
You want to fly against the dragon? Okay.
I don't want to fly against the dragon. I do want to fly.
I'm now imagining Adeline in the air, kaiju battle with Epsilon, the dragon going, "This hurts, no thanks," goes up into the air, sees Adeline, and goes, "Mid-battle snack."
Nope.
You want to
And
be very
that's when I
careful with
just-
that.
That's when I can Misty exchange with Epsilon, and
You have as long as you're within 60-foot range, and then you plummet Epsilon to the ground.
oh wait, yeah. Well, if he's
All
the
I'm
one-
hearing is that I have to instantly grapple this dragon and or disable its wings at the very first chance.
Yeah, I'm hearing disable wings. Try to cut that bitch up.
Common dragon fighting principles are make sure the bitch can't fly. Like you know, with like chain ballista, very largely constructed traps to hold it down.
We got
things that are
enlarged
bigger
Warforged.
than it. Enlarged Warforged might do something, yeah. It'll have advantage on the grapple because it's a size larger than enlarged Warforged. But it's possible. It's doable. You
This
will not be
Warforged
able to
has
logitang
fucking
it.
lucky.
So
be-
my current plan is battle axe,
There you go.
grapple,
There you
and
go.
battle axe. Or if I can use my echo, great. If I'm not gonna bank on it, but that's my plan.
You could use the echo. Does the echo enlarge with you?
Of course it does. It's his echo, right? Of course. Why would it not? Of course.
Because it's a weird ass ability.
Yeah, it's very specific.
Great ability. Also, I thought about it a little more. I also have another question. Vincent would actually drink.
Lick the things.
Yes, because of his background. Like the electrocution thing, he was subjected to poison as well as part of his training. So I mean, it would make sense.
Yeah.
The second question was more for John. You've done a lot of potions, but you haven't done any oils that we could oil up on the bitch.
Correct. The thing with oil is, you need monster materials for whatever the fuck you're fighting, and typically we haven't fought the same thing multiple times. And then B, I know me and Mike are still working out. There's a couple different steps to it. There's like a catalyst, a binding agent, this and that. So I know some of the shit I can buy, but what I'm mainly missing is the monster material itself that I use as a, I guess, like priming agent or catalyzing agent.
Drake not work? Question mark?
What's what?
The Drake?
Oh, the Drake bones?
Yeah, they are of dragon category, yes.
I didn't see those in the party. I may have used them.
They're in the wagon.
Yeah, I think we still have a good chunk.
You
honestly.
Fuck. Where is that? Oh, there we go.
Wagon
I
is
see.
under party loot. I made you guys a nice party loot. I put a nice little sprite there.
What's the value of that coal and iron? It says
I think it's
300
20
pounds.
gold
That's
pieces
not
total. Because it's unrefined coal and iron ore. So they're like, it's like real cheap until it's processed.
Alright.
Yes, it is
And then
20
the Drake
gold pieces.
bones, it's one for one.
Yes.
Okay, alright. So yeah, then I would be able to use that.
There we go. Yeah. Yep. I don't know. I feel like Adeline's getting a lot of use out of the spells that we created this round of combat.
I better. fucking worked on it for a while.
Yeah. Well, I feel like the fairy comments is going to be great.
Oh yeah, fairy comments is mainly just to help with Epsilon and Vincent
You'll get
hit. On top of bless, so.
Yep. It'll come down to what your guys' initiative order against the dragon is. How like perfectly useful that turns out to be.
Right. Yeah.
I really need Edeline to just be number 1 at this point, because that floral gate would be really useful first turn.
We were putting that together. I'm like, oh man, I see Vincent using this all the freaking time. Just like,
yeah,
it's a very useful ability.
But if we're passed without a trace, we should get first turn nonetheless, and then roll initiative, right? Because we get
quite possibly
surprised, right? Yeah.
If you
So it should still be fine nonetheless.
Oh, quite possibly, yeah. Don't get me wrong, you could still roll really, like, you could still nat 1 on some of your not stealthy members of the party with Blast Without a Trace and still end up at like an 11 or a 12.
I think I'm okay with that. I should still be able to get the surprise, but surprise big crit off, and then start stabbing it while mounting it from Edeline's floor.
What was the CR of those drakes?
Honestly, like 8. I sat there doing the math and I'm like, this is like in the real world, that's an 8. Purely because of the stupid, they had 500 hit points. Like, that takes it from like a 3 to an 8 on its own. I have to come up with a better way to actually calculate CR, which I think was one of the holdups we were having with that.
Yes, and then
because I custom make everything, or at least all the big things that are like, I want to be interesting set piece fights get custom made.
So like the potency makes sense because that you pull that straight from the CR, and then whatever materials I have that acts as, I guess, the honing agent. But I mean, like the binding agent is I guess a generic item, and then you have the priming agent, which would be something we add into it. If I don't know if that's optional or not because it says it modifies its amount. And then there's the catalog. So it's like 1, 2, 3 extra shits plus the monster material.
I rereading this, I understand more. Okay.
Binding, priming, and catalyzing.
Okay. I will clean this up for next session. I have better ideas of how to clean this sheet up now with the alchemic experience we have under our belts. Because I had found this thing first before you was showing me that alchemy like homebrew. I'm like, no, this alchemy homebrew is actually really good.
Just so it's a little easier.
Yeah, I'll come up with a bunch of examples of things and then put that together. So you've got the binding agent that is required in the creation of the oil that you create with the honing and the priming agents. The honing chooses your creature type, your priming chooses your damage type. So if you want to do against giant creatures like trolls, and you wanted to do fire damage, you would do, your honing would be giant and your priming would be fire. And then the catalyzing agent is the thing that you put on your blade ahead of time so that when you dump the oil on it in combat, it just works. Because the oil's inert until those two come together. And that action is a bonus action. But like the way that it like change, it says 2-part, but there are 4 ingredients, and I'm like, you don't tell me which ingredients go where.
Yeah, and then what is the like? How does the process
I guess the
change?
binding agent is what you put on, and the active is the oil. Never mind. Catalyzing is the oil. That's what it is. Okay.
There's two ways to apply it. There's like the long-term one, and there's like the short-term one, but it doesn't tell you how. Like, is the recipe the same for both? You just create it ahead of time, and then you have it as a resource, and you say, okay, I either want to prep it during a short rest, or I want to do it in the middle of combat. That's the way I understand it.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
So then, like you said, there's a process to how it's created.
I guess it comes down to your oil, right? Like if you have an hour-long damage bonus oil, you can prepare ahead of time. Like if your oil only lasts one round, you probably shouldn't put it on during your short rest. Because the bottom is the actual score of your alchemy check. Tells you how long your oil will last.
Gotcha.
So like the damage bonus is decided by the CR of the honing agent, which is the creature material. The damage type is determined by the type of the priming agent. No examples given. But it does say like maybe you'd want like fire against something that's vulnerable against fire, like a troll. You would want to do fire damage on your sword. The catalyzing agent seems like
optional. Is like if you wanted to do like just like a basic, no additional.
I can see that.
Yeah.
I can see not adding a priming agent, letting you just be your slashing damage now does 1d4 damage against troll or giants, right? Dragons, whatever. And then your catalyzing agent is some gold sink of the oil component. And then the binding agent is some other random gold sink of a material that is applied to a weapon over a short or long rest. So then when you dump your oil on it, it activates. I will find some value for these. I had some stuff scribbled down before, but after rereading this again now, and after I'd spent like the last week, right, building all of the items for everything, and like rereading a ton of like the actual ability scripts as I was making them, and refamiliarizing myself with everybody's characters and their abilities, I understand this a lot more. Or at least I understand what the author is trying to get to.
The intention, because it is kind of dense the way you.
So we're gonna fix this week is what I'm gonna do. It's on the sticky note now.
I'm probably gonna get going and eat some dinner.
I'll allow it.
You guys for Friday session.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for DMing.
Bye. Thanks for DMing.
Of course.
Have a good weekend, Eric.
See ya.
Farewells. I'm sorry, no dragon tonight.
So I will be back.
It's actually probably good. I should probably wrap up and go eat some more food, and then we can chill.
I will be back.
But
See you later.
Sounds good. Catch you in a little bit. I, however, am going to wrap the streams up, I think. I need to change my encoding on this. I keep seeing my CPU spike when nothing is going on, and I'm like, I don't know what's going on. I need to update OBS and need to change my encoding. But, rip Viagra. Yeah, they're going to have a hard time seducing this dragon. It's not as intelligent as other things and has no desire to mate with a humanoid. But yeah. No, we'll, next session will be Big Dragon Fight Extravaganza. Rip Viagra. A terrible investment. I will have to prepare some platinum rewards for how the players do, and we will release them in chat in 2 weeks for the 14th for session 25 of D&D, which we will have our first dragon fight. They skipped the first dungeon. I mean, Fort Sandor was kind of dungeony, There is a loose cave down there, but we'll see. But for now, I'm going to wrap the stream up. I will let Botiun continue his things while I do. My next stream will probably be Sunday. My cousin is requesting my presence on Saturday. So I may not be here in the evening. We'll see what time of day we're doing family stuff on Saturday. But we're going to do some stuff. For now, I'm going to wrap up. I will catch you guys on Sunday. D&D will be on the 14th. I uploaded the last D&D session. I need to make the little icon for it and then put everything in. And then we'll see. Oh, Iagra. But for now, good nights. Thank you all for coming and hanging out. And I hope to catch you next time.